Hello.
Starting.
Hello.
Is it working?
It should be.
Well, there should be
Remember, there's a bit of a
delay.
stream delay at the moment, but I think people should be able to see us now.
Yeah, it's working.
Yeah, the delay has begun. Anyway. I'm gonna just close that so I don't like go fucking insane.
Just focus on
It
what we're doing
looks
at hand.
great.
Alright, so let me turn my fucking mic on. Someone talk?
We are talking.
Bonjour, comment ça va?
Okay, no problem, that's fine. So, start recording, and hello everyone. Welcome back after a very long wait. We're back with more Fate Eternal Wait. Apparently we have like a larger audience than I fucking thought. It's more than just that one guy. Because I got like comments on like my like recent like Saber AMV asking about this. But hey, we're back. And we are, I was gonna say better than ever. We're continuing on from last time. Fake advertising, not an eternal wait.
Knocked out.
So,
Oh, yeah.
last time on Fate Eternal Wait, after dealing with the very colorful cast of the Clocktower, the team managed to get a hold, well, sort of get a hold of the relatives of one of their enemy masters, Itsuki Kagamine. In that, Marvin went and challenged his father, Zenbei Kagamine, to a duel. Marvin managed to get some very interesting information out of that. Unfortunately, he can't quite deliver it, considering the fact that he got knocked out and is currently hospitalized.
Hey-oh!
K.O. But, so, where we last left off was, well, people had stationed Caster, Cleos, and Ryder in order to look after Marvin. And of course, Ruler will also be here. Ruler's more preoccupied with their master, but, you know, they're a servant. They can probably do both. But in the meantime, while people are waiting for Marvin to recover after Katya has finished with her healing ritual, putting all the teeth back inside of him, where it's supposed to be. People are basically free to split their different ways. So, I know that Ivan was looking to buy us a buy like a hotel room.
I already deducted the funds from it.
Yeah, I've already deducted the funds, and that's totally fine. You're able to do that with no real issue. The Clocktower doesn't have Wi-Fi, but mobile data. So I will ask everyone to roll me a d20.
Oh yeah, by the way, Ivan would have definitely fucking gotten out of that clinic ASAP, fucking fast.
Yeah,
Oh,
like
that's
you all
awesome.
would have kind of, yeah, you all would have noticed Ivan just kind of like being, well, he's kind of always stilted, but kind of more rigid now. And, well, as soon as everyone's starting to seeming to, split up again, Ivan books it. Also, yeah, damn, we have 2 nat 1s. What the fuck? Alright. Oh. Oh no.
Congratulations, this is gonna be a horrible episode. We are going to roll so shite.
Who,
I mean,
who
it's
else rolled that one?
By the way,
I see
Ivan
it.
would-
Never mind.
yeah. So Nathan and Vorty, please roll me 2d
That's
a d20 each.
Watch it be another nat one.
Watch it be the
Don't
same
invoke
again.
the Will Wheaton Dicers.
Oh, there we go.
Oh my!
Oh,
Jesus Christ, y'all! Oh no. Anyway,
Also,
so
You might as well keep that one.
are you playing music at the moment? Because I can't hear anything.
I'm not no.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Yeah. So, I will start it up. So, essentially, I will have to ask, Katya.
Mm-hmm.
You rolled the highest, which would mean that we do your thing first. However, would you want that, or would you want to, like, be shunted a bit lower?
I guess I can go first. Fuck it,
Okay.
we ball.
Fuck it, we ball. Alright, so I'm going to, what's it called? Let's bring you all back over here to the horribly JPEG Clocktower. So, Katya, you kind of, take your leave after doing your job. And as everyone seems to be splitting off, you know, like, Saber turns to you and asks, Master, I believe that this may be that opportunity that we were looking for to, well, explore the city, if that still seems to be a safe option for us.
It seems to be. Anyway, where to go?
I am willing to go anywhere in the city. Everything has been drastically changed. Of course, some landmarks are familiar, and it's interesting to see that they haven't changed too much, but at the same time, kind of looks out, like, into, like, sort of like the horizon outside of, like, a window as you kind of walk through the halls to, like, exit Clocktower.
Hmm.
And just, you know, kind of, like, fades off a little bit and then says, back when I was alive, I don't think there would be anyone who had hopes to see buildings reach even close to the level of the clouds.
Hmm. Well, this city's basically as new to me as it is to you. I haven't been here much, so I have no idea where to go. Except there's a cool ship I've always wanted to visit, I guess.
A ship, like, I of course I know what a ship is, but visit, is that a thing that is often done nowadays?
Well, yeah. It's like a museum ship.
Kind of, like, looks at you for, like, a bit and just, like, says, like, museum ship. So, I'm assuming this means that this ship is not being currently used. But would it not have been repurposed for parts?
No, they decided to keep this one. As a landmark, I guess.
It must have some significance then. Very well. I suppose we shall head to this one.
Alright, I'll try to figure out which way to go.
You open up Google Maps and yeah, as it tends to do, malfunctions in the middle of London.
I don't have Google
but-
Maps.
Oh god, yeah, you're right, you don't have Google Maps. You have to find, like, an actual map. Because you only have a burner phone. You're right.
I'm just getting on a bike and just driving in a direction. I know it's alongside, the river that we are next to. So if I
guess
go in a
roll-
direction,
I guess that'd be like a survival check.
That's basically survival, trying to get to Trafalgar Square or some shoes.
Pretty
easy.
good. You managed to make your way towards it, and you see like Saber like kind of like gets once again like on the back of your motorcycle and like places her arms around her waist, and you kind of make your way towards the area that you can kind of like figure out. You made your way across the coast, and well, as you near it, Saber kind of like you probably see something around the lines of like, oh yeah, there it is, like you can see it right there, but Saber doesn't really react, as you're not sure why she isn't reacting, but when you look back, you just see her face in like total awe, just staring at this gigantic, like, would you describe it as a battleship? Battleship?
Yeah, might as well call it a battleship.
Yeah. A light cruiser. But
Good job.
you Saber finally like speaks up and like says, I see. While the nature of modern weaponry is not unknown to me, to think that seeing it up close is a far different story.
I guess it is.
As you drive up to it, you kind of you see a lot of tourists. Not too many, but especially in the cold of December. But you do see some staff, some people there, and you see a line for tickets. However, when you as you say, guess we line up, you kind of like see as Saber's already gotten off the motorcycle and is kind of just making her way towards like the where you would enter the ship, not really not quite grasping the idea of buying tickets to visit like a ship.
Okay, I guess this works as well. I cast Enhance Ability Charisma myself.
You might need it. So
As I try to
Yep.
negotiate my way onto the ship.
So you kind of like make your way there, and you essentially like Saber is like stopped by one of the staff members like, sorry, ma'am, this isn't the way you enter. Go around and you'll have to pay for your pay for your ticket. The entrance
No,
is
it's fine. We made a reservation. You should have it locked somewhere in your system.
Artoria kind of like looks at you, kind of like, oh, okay, good, like relieved. The guy holding the ticket says, okay, could I get last name and first name, please?
That won't be a need. as I try using my magecraft to just be like, come on, just let them onto the ship.
Do you have a do you have like a?
I only
You
have
got
enhanceability.
You only have enhanced
Oh
ability.
no! You should have took Jay, who has got
Who
the
has
shenanigans before.
friends? Yeah, let me think about this, because describe how your enhance ability works, because I would imagine like it's strengthening magic if you want to do any of the physical traits, but like how do you justify using enhance ability on charisma here?
On charisma, you know how the logic of if you walk into a place with enough confidence, people will just assume you belong there?
Mm-hmm.
I'm basically like doing that but enhanced, just like, I'm just like a tourist, I already booked the thing, like,
Mm-hmm.
well, you
So
don't need to bother checking like everything.
I'll say it's like limited, like illusory magic. However, I will have you roll a deception check,
Yep.
a straight deception check. As the advantage is cancelled out by the disadvantage. That's an 11.
11.
Let me see. Yeah, I'll have a +0 to this because they're a commoner. 7. Okay.
Lucky.
So like the person kind of looks up at you when you say like no need, like we have a reservation, like we're meant to be here. Says well, if you say so, but don't look at me when like if any of the staff ask for identification. You'll have to provide them with that.
Alright, understood.
As you kind of like as the guy kind of acquiesces, he's tired. He's had a long day. He just kind of like stands around here. They're not paid very well. You kind of like board the ship, and Saber kind of like looks at you a bit. Well, it doesn't even seem to look at you. Just kind of like seems to be a bit lost in thought, as she has seemingly been for quite a while. But just kind of like says, I see that tourism culture has been enhanced to the point where masterpieces like these are commodified.
I
You
guess
would think this-
tourism was a thing back then, so yeah, very much so.
You would think that something like this warship would have better security.
I mean, it's not like someone's gonna, try to blow up on anything.
As you like she kind of like nods, and yeah, you just kind of go with her like across like the across the Belfast. What are you doing here? What are your plans here, Katya?
Gone like basically just have a leisurely stroll, and after a bit I just kind of ponder for a moment. I'm just like, you're King Arthur.
She's kind of like a. So I'll say like you're kind of like on the sort of mast of the ship right now, like wind blowing in your face, Saber is kind of like leaning on the railing, kind of like looking out on the River Thames, kind of turning around to you and says, "Yes, I believe that much is clear."
The King Arthur of Camelot, who ruled a kingdom, had so many knights at their disposal, and doesn't feel quite real to me.
Is this only dawning on you now, Master? After we've dealt with apparently 2 samurai.
Well, a lot of stuff has been happening, so I haven't really had time to think it through. You know, first, when we got to Katya before you were summoned, we had to deal with Kojiro slaughtering all the masters. That's the only reason why I ended up being on this mission, other than, like, beyond just a simple bodyguard.
Kind of like stands off the railing for a bit and just kind of asks, slaughtered all the masters. So you weren't intending, you weren't the one intended to summon me?
No, it wasn't right up until the final moment that I was told I would be summoning a servant. So, it's not something that I really had time to think about.
And yet when you received a call to action, you answered without hesitation.
Well, about that, I have a question.
Go on, Master.
Why did you answer my summon?
She kind of stares at you for a bit, and then looks back out on the horizon.
At the end of the day, I'm a mere mercenary.
All I can tell you is that from the place where I was, I heard the words of someone with conviction telling me to heed their words and answer them if I heeded the Grail's call. I do not think that you can be considered a mere mercenary, Master. Only someone with an inordinate amount of will would have been able to summon a servant as powerful as me.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever questioned the fact that through a random summoning system, it was you, not any of the more elite mages of your team, who summoned the strongest class, Saber?
It never really dawned on me.
In truth, I do not know the intricacies of the Grail system, but I feel like that must have some sort of connection. This cannot be simply random chance. At least, that is what I believe. I believe there's a reason why all of us have been called here. And she kind of ends that phrase in a way that seems like she's going to say something else, but seems to almost hold her tongue.
Yeah, I wait for her to finish, but once I realize she's not gonna finish, I just say, well, I'll keep myself in high regard then.
Saber then closes her eyes for a moment and extends a hand out to you, and kind of like indicates that she wants you to kind of like stand with her against the rail.
I join her.
She takes a deep breath and exhales. Master, do you have a truly do you have a wish that you truly desire?
I do. It might not be a... well, it's a selfish one for sure. One that any mage would be horrified ever thought of, but I do. It's not reaching the root. That's what my family wanted me to do. I'm more concerned with myself. At the end of the day, I would just want to improve my own magic circuits.
She looks at you a bit. There's no disapproving look on her face, but she kind of like looks at you, kind of like, I suppose like an interested look on her face, and nods. It is a simple wish, but I do not believe it is a poor one. But the reason I ask this is, what happens after we defeat the enemy masters? Your wish will not be granted if you simply hand over the Grail to Chaldea.
I remain silent for a bit, taking a few deep breaths to think carefully about what I'm gonna say. And then I reply, well, Chaldea trusts me. I intend on using that to my advantage. I've been given permission from Mr. Animosphere himself. If any of the mages on my team were to go rogue, I do have the authority to kill them. That's an authority I do intend on abusing. If things don't work out.
I see. But will you have the heart to do so? As far as I can tell, Master, you, and I hope you do not take offense to this, you seem to me as a simple soul, going about life at your own pace, but you never struck me as someone who could have the capacity to be so ruthless to people that she knew. And when she says this, again, even more surprisingly, you don't seem to detect any disappointment or judginess in her voice. It's a genuine question, but with no sort of moralistic, undertones to it. She's just asking this as if she's fine with any answer.
I've killed before, but I can't say I've ever knew any of the people that I killed. Not personally. So I'm not quite sure. Leon seems kinda chill, so Jay, Marine. I can't imagine myself hurting Ivan. But if they stand in my way, then well, I won't just let them trample over me.
I see. I think I'm beginning to understand you a bit more, Master. She kind of like stays a bit silent and says, one must not push themselves to do things that are against their nature. If anything, I would want you to follow the path that is true to your true self. In any case, I am fully willing to fight by your side. As long as you don't do anything stupid again, Master.
I said I'll be more careful, and I intend on being more careful.
Kind of, she looks at you, and she seems to begin to form a smile, until you are very quickly interrupted by seemingly like a kayak going at full speed past the mast as you are both splashed with a gigantic spray over the River Thames. You're fine. You're in a hoodie. You're okay. Saber seems.
I'm not.
To
It's
be...
December. I'm wet.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, no, it's very cold. No, you have some. Yeah,
I have
this
5
is the
minutes
worst thing
to
in the world,
live.
actually. Yeah. And you see Saber kind of wide-eyed, frozen still, she was not expecting. Well, in the first place, she wasn't really expecting a water vehicle to be going that fast. But also just, well, that was, a lot of water, and she's not quite cold. Servants can regulate the temperature very well, but she kind of just a silence for a bit, and then she just kind of I am sorry, Master. I should have defended you better.
Oh god, it's so cold. Let's get out of here.
Of course.
Right.
She kind of, you see blue kind of sparkles as, you see her manifest a cape, and then unhook it and put it around you. As she kind of wipes her hair, tries to shake off the moisture. Her hair is still all kind of looking a bit flapped, but it'll dry in the December breeze.
I do the thing when a dog is wet. I just flap my head around.
Well, where to next, Master?
Okay, somewhere warm. Right, we can grab something warm to eat. There's a place a friend of mine enjoys going to, what's it called? Jollibee, I think?
Strange name, but very well. If it's a recommendation from one of your allies, Master, we can go. And the two of you kind of make your leave. And I will now ask Ivan, Jay, and Leon. What are you? Well, rather, what are you all planning to do during this time? Specifically asking because just wondering if any of you are going to sort up into groups or anything.
So, well, me being me, if there is hotel to be had, I had told, no, Jay told Ivan, don't get the ritzy hotels. We need at least midline, at least between 3 and 4 stars. You don't want the Crown Plaza or anything similar. We want to keep low profiles.
I will say right now, Nathan is still BRB'd.
Okay, so
But he did type to me. He didn't get a ritzy hotel. He did get a suite.
okay, so Jay would be like, okay, guys, I'm gonna go down to the hotel and secure our room. Midge. Let's see. So, let's see. It's like 1 o'clock, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we got at least till 5 to do a check-in. So I'm gonna make sure to check in for everybody. Well, no, I know Ivan bought the rooms, so he's got to show his IDs and whatnot. International hotels are crazy, and I can't use. And unfortunately, have been paid yet, so I can't use a friggin' overseas stipend yet. Cause he didn't get it at the he didn't get the friggin' holiday in like I told him.
Yeah.
Cause I got the points for that. I got my flight miles. Okay. In any case, y'all want something to eat?
Are you asking this to the rest of us?
Yeah.
Leon will think about it and say, sure, grabbing something to eat doesn't sound too bad. I am thinking on doing some light shopping around the area though. Some bits and bobs here and there, just to work on a little project of mine.
Interesting. Let's see. So, let's see. Katya and Tori, they went wherever they went on their little day out. The rest of the guys are, well, waiting in the nurse's office.
They're going to be there for a while, I think. I sent a little message to Marvin earlier, just to verify if he's still conscious. But no response yet.
Jay's beads. Meanwhile, if friggin' Leon was to look at Jay's phone, you'd see the gif of friggin' Smokey for Friday. Going, you got not the phone out.
Leon will just be like, but at any rate, sure, we can go grab something to eat, and then afterwards, go do some shopping, and then I'll go back to the hotel. Did Ivan send the location in the fucking chat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ivan sent the location and also the what's it called? The check-in details. Like you probably would have like the QR codes and stuff. Text it to you.
Alright.
Is there like a shopping center within like relative distance of the hotel?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, there's a lot of like different shopping centers.
Okay.
The UK doesn't exactly have like shopping centers per se. But there are like squares with lots of shops like around them.
Let's see. We're in London. A buddy in Manchester told me there's like Primark. That's basically like Macy's.
Not exactly what I'm looking for, but let's just say that I have after seeing how Marvin got laid out by that bloke back at the Clocktower, I have some ideas as to how to increase my own chances of survival.
What, the 900 hypnosis sleep method of what have you?
I don't know what the fuck that is.
Well, man's went ding 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 ding, wablam, like, and then knocked him out.
Well, I mean, yeah,
So-
but suffice it to say that if our enemy masters are anything like that bloke, we are in for a rude awakening if we go in unprepared. We already got surprised way back with the the girl who used the black hole on us. So
Don't remind me, I almost got zapped.
if the next bloke we come across has anything even remotely similar, and we're not ready for it, well, we will get done in. So, I'm thinking of working on a long-term project here, at the very least for my own sake, to improve my own chances of making it out alive of things. It's going to be a bit difficult since we're currently on a move and not in a stable workshop where I can work on things. But one step at a time. Out of character, Jericho. What I'm intending to do, like once Leon is done, like in Grand Fight with Jay, is to go around trying to purchase materials that could be reasonably used to begin upgrading the fucking gauntlet.
Okay.
What's it called? Because I
So,
mentioned. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna ask, what would you say like it's kind of made out of right now?
It kind of looks like a biker glove with like those like studded bits like around the knuckles. So I would
Yeah.
imagine it's kind of like a leatherish material, but we already saw it's kind of like a mystic coat that kind of collapses upon itself to increase or decrease its size when he goes into battle.
Yes.
What's it called? But so I imagine it's like mostly like some form of like leather that has been enhanced through like enforcement magecraft.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. So as you what's it called? Yeah, so you kind of like go around. There are like a lot of like different fabric shops and sort of like antique. I honestly, actually, yeah, I think like you would probably like want to go to like sort of like vintage stores and like antique stores, because hey, even if it's minuscule, older stuff still does have more mystery. So you can kind of like find your way, like some like leather materials and like some jackets and like other gloves, like to sort of like augment that, like add more material, and some other like sewing tools and such that would nab you some pretty good in order to strengthen the material, reinforce it.
How much would it cost me to like grab a couple of those? Cause like I'm basically like trying to use whatever little downtime we get in between travels to start like effectively upgrading the gauntlet from like not from like a mundane item, well, theoretically mundane item to uncommon to rare to whatever.
Yeah, to +1, +2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you. In that case, I will say that obviously the cost of an uncommon item is higher in Fate Eternal Wait nowadays, just because of the rarity of Mystic Codes. So I will say that realistically, if you want to get like vintage clothes and stuff, I'll say that they're maybe like £100 each, thereabouts. Honestly, lowballing it, considering the vintage shops I've fucking been into in the UK. But I'll say that you will need, let's say, 800 worth of material to upgrade it to a +1. Whether or not you buy all of that now is up to you. But it is accessible.
Might as well. There's gonna be a pretty good spending spree for Leon. What's it called? He obviously this will be happening like after he's done having like the lunch break with Jay.
Yeah.
What's it called? But I'm just
where do you go to lunch? We won't roleplay it too much, but where are you going to lunch?
I mean, Jay, you dealer's choice. You were the one that suggested it.
We're in a pub. Like,
are you going to a pub? Yeah, I mean, hey,
yeah, why not?
There's like a huge square. Not a square, but like it's just like a corner of kind of near Soho, Chinatown, where there are like a lot of different like types of like bars and pubs. So I'll say like you head there.
You need to come up with a pub name.
I'm looking for pubs in London.
I'll say, here you go. This is essentially what it looks like.
No, it looks very fancy.
Yeah, most things in London look fancy, but you go inside and you're like, oh, this is like normal.
I thought that was the Pizza Express from our place.
Yeah. This is kind of like near Chinatown, and you can probably like grab like a bit of like Chinese desserts and stuff. It's a nice atmosphere, very busy. But yeah, after you have your like little thing, you go on a shopping spree. Jay, you've been into like vintage shops a lot in like a lot before, and you just see like Leon like kind of like just grabbing like a bunch of like things that don't really seem to form an outfit. But he looks like he knows what he's doing, I guess.
It looks like that. There's gonna be a bit of a deep cut. It kind of looks like that one video that's on YouTube of like old ass video where it's like Michael Jackson in like a vintage shop just being like, oh, we're taking that one. Oh, we're taking that one. We're taking that one. What's it called? Where he just buys like a bunch of shit that is worth like hundreds and hundreds of fucking dollars.
Yeah.
What's it called? And he's like, alright, well, grabbing some of this as well. This thing looks useful. We can see us grab a bunch of shit and begin like grabbing, taking it towards the counter of the whatever shop they're in. What's it called? And if at any point like Jay is looking like, oh, what's going on? Leon will be like, oh, don't worry about all of this. This is going to be, how that phrase went, a secret tool that will help us later.
I can't believe that of all fucking things, a mage references Mickey Mouse Clubhouse.
I mean, that means it's low-key popular during this specific year in the setting.
That's true. You're not wrong.
Jericho rolls his eyes. Oh, brother. Alrighty. So
Oh, go ahead.
yes, so while we are in the vintage shop, since we are going to the bar in London,
Yeah.
Jay he goes and he picks himself up a outfit too. Essentially, him being me, wanting to be extra. He basically gets an outfit that makes him look like Thomas Shelby.
Yeah.
So he's got the. So basically, I got the flat cap that I just bought. I got a Friggoff, like sort of sport coat.
Yup. You just got like just the full fucking Peaky Blinders out, like just outfit. That I'll be fucking real with you. Probably costs like maybe like 500. Like.
Makes sense because it's a vintage shop.
Yeah. Hey, nothing but respect to vintage shops, but Jesus Christ, I wish I could buy from them.
You gotta know the right ones to go to in the States.
Yeah, no, they're fucking ain't any in the UK. They're very like, not rare, but like, yeah, it's only like ever one or two of them, like in the general area. But yeah,
And also, with Jay being extra, he goes in his pocket, he puts on his pinky ring. So he looks like, okay, if someone tries to hassle us, he looks like someone you wouldn't want to mess with for real.
like Jay dresses up like that. Leon's just like in his leather jacket and like t-shirt. Like,
Leon looks back, and he's like, mate, the idea of us staying around here in London for like a day is to keep a low profile, not look like we're out there mugging people and shanking them in the streets.
Okay, first off, Jay checks, is this an old razor cap someone sold, or is this a regular one?
I can fucking roll a d100.
I swear, if I've got a razor cap, I will cry. 20.
You got a razor.
What the freak?
Like, I'll say like you already bought it and you're only like walking out and only now you realize, wait, this is like illegal.
Like, Jake, first off, this isn't and Jay kind of feels in the cap. He feels the stitches, like where the razor would be in the brim, like how they do in Peaky Blinders. And I'm like, well, we're not going to mug people in the street.
Everything alright there, Speedwagon?
Yeah, everything's peachy. How about you?
I raise an eyebrow, and he...
Jake puts on the cap and makes sure to push the crowd a little bit forward, so not too suspicious.
What's it called? Leon just kind of raises an eyebrow and he goes, well, as I was saying, let's just keep our, shall we say, our business as far away from the general populace as possible. We're already taking a big risk by going into a hotel of all places. What's it called? Speaking of which, I'm gonna need to figure out where to put all of this. He actually carries like the fucking tote bag with the vintage thing. And go ahead.
What's it called? Oh yeah, no, finish your thing first.
No, it was basically done with that.
I mean, I don't know if you could fit it in here. Can it fit?
Well, they shouldn't tell us anything, hopefully. But you never know around these parts. Who knows? Maybe the hotel manager is actually a master in disguise.
Jay calls Seabird.
So you you kind of yeah, like you tap in the what's it called, like the number to dial, and you kind of like stand in like the fucking December cold for like a good like minute, and you don't get a response. However, after you start to like put your phone away, you then suddenly get like a call back.
Okay. Good thing Jay bought the sport coat because I don't like the cold. I already know how Chicago cold weather is with no humidity, so I can already tell. For England.
Yeah, like, the fact that you two have been like talking for a while, even that is just like enough to like kind of make your throats quite fucking dry.
Hello.
Yep, this is Rodrigo Sieber. How may I help you?
Hello, Seabird. This is Seabird. I got a question, real quick.
Sure. What is it?
All right, so you know how the bed. Okay, so hypothetically, if someone was to put luggage in the bed, put some luggage in, would y'all get that, or does it just stay in there like regular?
If you put anything in, we are able to take it out. But since you've notified me of it, just tell me what the items are and we'll make sure to not process them.
Hey, Leon, let me see the receipt real quick.
Raises an eyebrow.
They said
Sure. Just don't
No,
look
they-
at the
they gave the
tax.
okay.
They just don't look at the tax increase. And he fucking hands the receipt.
Let's see. It says that. Jeez, Murphy.
As you kind of like read it out, Zebra's just like, "Yep, all right, you can send them over. I'll make sure the guys don't screw around with it."
Alrighty. And I might call you back in maybe half an hour for a little bit of intelligence.
All right, very well. Just make sure to notify me on your status. We don't really have any eyes and ears in the UK. It would cause an international incident probably. So just be careful and don't make any unnecessary ruckus.
Alrighty. Also, don't you guys? Isn't it the Joint Task Force shenaniganry? Like, don't you guys know the people across the pond and all that nonsense? Or
With us? With our unit? No. Our department doesn't play particularly nicely with, well, the sort of non-existent British anti-Magus enforcement.
right? Fair enough. Have a good one.
And call you kind of like press the hang up button, and you see like in your call history this number does not exist.
Of course it doesn't. Alright.
Uh,
So, yeah, Leon, you can just put him in the duffel real quick.
This isn't one of those cases where, I give you my stuff and then you're just gonna be like, what stuff?
No, I am not like that. If you were one of my cousins who I was annoyed with, maybe.
Race and I
But it's not like that. Let's just say I've got an extended family who I'm the black sheep of, and I don't really like most of them. So,
I see. Well, in that case, here, hands the heavy-ass like tote bag with, with all the vintage bullshit. I will ask for it later on. I will ask for it later on when we get to the hotel room. But until then, you can keep a hold of it.
And as you make your way to the hotel, you kind of like keeping an eye out, trying to make sure low profile. You don't know who could be watching, who you could run into, any bad actors that you might find. When you enter the hotel, which is quite lavish, not the Ritz sort of lavish, but it is still very much like a high-end hotel. I think most hotels in London are high-end hotels. It's not cheap being in the city. However, one thing you notice is between all the crowds, you see, Leon. You see and Jay, of course, but Leon this stands out to you. A woman with long, black, curly hair, a black button-up, sort of like a business suit, but with half of her outfit being a long green robe. And behind her seems to hide a small girl who, as soon as you two kind of step through the door, puts her hood up and hides behind this lady. Jay, you don't know who these people are, but Leon, you're here. As I live and breathe, Senor Leon. What brings you to this part of the world so soon after your little journey? As walking up to greet you in the hotel lobby is your patron, Sarai Edelman Akari.
Fucking Leon like stops dead in his tracks. And he goes like, Sare, ¿qué cojones estás haciendo aquí? Which, Spanish for, sorry, what the fuck are you doing here? And he like looks at her for like a couple of seconds, kind of like glances over at like the girl who's hiding behind her, and he says, didn't expect to run into you here, but I guess not out of the question since we're nearby the Clocktower now.
I could say the same quite about you. Why are you back in London so soon? Weren't you going on a globe-trotting expedition sponsored by those Chaldean folks?
Yeah. He was kind of tilting his head a little bit to the side, and he says, we're taking a bit of a detour here for the time being. Nothing like super important, but let's just say that I'm not as pleased to be back here as I might look. He still like keeps glancing like in between like her and the other girl, like almost like wondering what's her deal. And he says, and hello to you too. Name's Leon.
You kind of just hear, like you barely hear over the crowd, just a little, as she just kind of like shrinks back, as Sarai, looks back and just Don't mind her. She's quite shy and showing people her face. She's just a mage from the association helping me investigate some droll. A murder in the Department of Creation. It's all so very boring. But what about you? If you made it back alive, that must mean good news, right? Is your servant here?
Somewhere around.
Hmm.
Go ahead.
Just kind of like saying just turn to Jay. And who is this? One of your associates?
I'll let the man introduce himself if he wants to. He looks so right
Yeah, not giving true names because hey, we international here.
We're Mr. Worldwide.
Right. He doesn't. So JB using the act, well, with friggin' shenaniganry of where the frig did I put? Oh yeah, here it is. The shenaniganry of the act.
Mm-hmm.
He puts on his best Sean Connery impression.
Well, now you have to do it.
Riley. James Riley. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
It's a pleasure to meet you as well. I believe I am not familiar with your family, but, well, the knowledge of families and the bureaucracy of Magi are essentially useless in this day and age, as Senor Leon must have already tipped you off to. I am Sarai Edelman Akari, of the Edelman and the Akari. I specialize in the control of one's chakra as a form of magecraft. While many believe that balancing all your chakras is key, and of course they would not be incorrect, sometimes there are benefits to specializing and focusing in on one of them. But I should not bore you with my family's magecraft.
Oh no,
That'll
it's
come
quite
for the second
impressive. And Jay kind of looks over at Leon's like, well, Leon's told me a bit about you.
Only
Just,
bad things. Only bad things, I hope.
Well, I'm not one to pry in personal matters. You see, but well, your reputation yet to be seen, from what I've heard.
Well, I take it that you are in the know, otherwise you would not be traveling with Senor Leon at this very moment. I would
Yes.
hate to intrude on the two of your rest, but I believe I would like to take the liberty of inviting myself into your room so you can give me some updates. After all, that was our deal, was it not?
Leon is thinking.
Jay looks at Leon.
Leon is thinking in the back of his head, like, alright, Leon, think this through. She wouldn't be doing this if there wasn't a reason. We have to play this smart, we have to play this safe. He looks over and says, well, I thought you were here for important business to deal with, right? But probably a bit too busy to hang out with people like us.
Jay elbows Leon. Like, hey man, just a girl.
Cut down.
Wait, what is it?
Jay elbows Leon and kind of like mouths, kind of through the mouth of A. Was this the girl you were talking about?
He does kind of like look over and doesn't respond verbally, but you can tell in his face, like, yeah, now play along. What's it called?
Sarai kind of like says, it can wait. After all, I'm not the one investigating, I'm only answering questions for Miss Gray here. Kind of like looking back and saying, we can continue the interrogation in any room that is private enough, can't we? And you kind of like hear a slight mumbling that if your passive perceptions are high enough, which actually, what are your passive
I
perceptions?
believe mine is minus a 10.
Hold up. My passive is 17.
Okay, so you do actually hear her kind of say, I suppose we could continue. Though, no, never mind. We could. And Sarai, with like kind of like a very like like that very like insistent smile. Like eyes closed, kind of like turns back around and says, "See, nothing to worry about."
Just out of curiosity, this kind of looking over at Gray, are you Sarai's new protege? Should I be worried?
You kind of like there's like a hesitance, but kind of like finally stepping out from behind her, kind of still hood up, like head down, kind of says, no, you do not have to worry. I'm already the apprentice of a lord of the Clocktower. I am just here to help my master with ongoing investigations. And then immediately shrinks back behind Sarai.
She dropped Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
She dropped a particular word during that sentence that immediately makes Leon's like fight or flight instinct react,
Mm-hmm.
and he's like, Ryder, is she a servant? Can you verify that?
And you kind of hear back, Master, with all due respect, you left me behind with the vegetable. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh
Out
shoot!
of all the time.
Dang it.
Who was it called? He's still through the mental link and is like, out of all the times you have chosen to disobey me, you chose this time to listen to what I said.
You provided me with a persuasive argument.
Dang.
Jay, with your passive perception of 17, you do catch, the person underneath the hood, and, well, how else do I describe her but with gray hair, bright blue eyes, pale skin? But those are the only differences between this girl and the saber Katya summoned? Might easily just be a coincidence. Genetics can be, wacky sometimes, but she does almost look like a clone.
Wait, as Jay has known for his life, there ain't no such thing as coincidence. Okay, so gray hair hoodie. Is there any other things like with passive 17? Is like, is it like the same case of like how Saber was heightened for the early part?
Do we
Where
see the cowlick?
Yeah, the fucking ahog. I'll post a image of like her full outfit because this is what she's looking like right now. So she otherwise looks like she's dressed like a modern person. Obviously, you know that doesn't mean anything considering you went on a fucking shopping spree for your servants. But
Yeah. Well, Jay also being someone who's had to help with more shy people in life, and was also a shy person. He'll kind of like, in a softer voice, be like, "Hello, you all right, Miss Gray?"
yes, quite. Please pay me no mind. I'm just here on business. I won't be in your way.
It's no trouble.
We happen to know someone that's kind of just a little bit shy, just like you. Don't worry, we're not scary, I promise. And I know that sounds like something a scary person would say, but
Jay kind of
you can
elbows
ask Sari,
Leon again.
you can ask Sari to vouch for me on that one.
They are very good associates of mine. At the very least, I can vouch for Senor Leon.
Thank you.
But I suppose this is no place for idle chit-chat. Shall we head up to your suites? I assume that is where you are staying, considering the money that I so often give you to spend on interesting locations instead of hovels.
Jay looks over at Leon.
Leon
like,
has the expression of like, I can't come up for a reason to fucking tell her no.
Like, yeah, Leon just has like the face, like just like turns to Jay with the face of like, fucking please figure something out.
Okay, so Jay, he's okay. So for one, Jay in his head thinks, okay, I kind of see where this is going. Friggin', sugar mama situation. Note that in mental
Whatever
link.
expression Jay has while thinking that, Leon has his expression of like, whatever it is you're thinking, that's not it. So
he's got the sneaky look of, is it like that? After
Leon
hearing,
is,
oh, you
just like narrows his
provide
eyes.
money.
His narrows his eyes and he's doing like that that sort of like, damn, what face to describe it? It's like the Mob Psycho 100 face when they're like, nah, like this.
Jay shrugs his shoulders and will be like, wait, you mentioned, well, backtracking a bit, you mentioned something of investigation with the creation department.
Yes, quite. Somebody who was under my watch from the hours of 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. was found dead in their bathtub. And, well, apparently they were on the verge of discovering something important.
Jay, like
Was they had-
Columbo, takes out his notepad and pencil, like, well, we'd love to catch up, but circumstances arose, complications ensued with flight travels and all, but perhaps we can reconvene at a little bit later. Once we get ourselves situated, we'll find you.
Sarai kind of like looks over to Leon with like the expression of like, who the fuck is this guy?
Leon is like, oh, well, you know how it is, unloading bags, packaging, all that stuff. We only just got back from eating too. It's been a day and a half. You know, don't believe us? Ask the people at Clocktower. And he what was it? Ivan kind of has to get the keys. Damn.
Well, no. If you send them the QR codes, they can collect them.
Yeah.
You know, we haven't really gotten settled, and it's a whole process. You know how it is. We might have to leave this for a bit later on.
You can roll me a persuasion check.
I'll try.
Hold up. First off, do you have proficiency in persuasion? 'Cause
I do have percent.
Yeah, I can help see y'all and kind of being. Oh wait, no, I used them all for a day, and I can't get them on short.
Yeah, you
yet.
can't yet. Fucking multi-classing.
Yeah. Yeah, I can give you. Either I could give you the help action, or I could cast friend. But no, I wouldn't cast friends
yeah.
because she is a mage,
I
and she would probably be like, "Hey, yo, what the frig? You tried to
You
Use
break
the
your
tools.
fucking fingers.
Pulls out a pistol. It was the what was it called?
You don't know how to use that. They're mages.
Oh yeah, that's true. Pulls out a wand.
Yeah,
what was it called? So you know, I guess I'll roll persuasion and see what happens.
yeah, go ahead.
I can give you help action."
Okay, fuck.
Or
Uh,
hey, it was helping, so
Okay, I'll
Yeah.
roll again. I guess that's a
it's
20.
20.
Sarai kind of like, you know, looks at you kind of like incredulously, and you know, just throws up her arms and just says, you know, like in a carefree shrug, not like anger or anything, like just like well, I suppose that makes sense. Then you will have to promise me that even if we do not reconvene in person, you will give me a phone call and tell me all about your adventure so far.
Sure. I'll make sure to remember that.
Well, I suppose we should get going. Gray, shall we? Yes, let's go. As you know, they kind of like, you know, walk past both of you. Kind of, you know, she gives like you, Jay, like, you know, like a very like curt nod, and before, like, you know, exiting, says, "Oh, and Leon, I better not see in my records that you've been spending your money on anything that is particularly mundane or boring. That is not what I pay you for."
I wouldn't dream of it.
And they leave, and Leon can finally breathe a sigh of relief as he's dodged her once more.
Leon does kind of like audibly let out like a sigh.
So that was the mysterious Sarai.
Yes, and don't let the initial meeting fool you. That woman is evil.
Well, look, I have had my share of particularly unsavory individuals in my life, so
I thought you were gonna say troublesome women.
no, like no frig. Like he's not going full Sean Connery.
Yeah, he's out of Connery mode now.
Yeah, he's out of Connery mode. So, but I can. So Jake whispers, "So what is she like? your mage sugar ball or something.
What the fuck? Is that what you thought she was?
Well, what was it again? Oh yes. Well, I send you all of this money to have you live in places that aren't hovels, and don't spend all your money on stuff that is mundane and boring.
She has helped funded my wall-trotting adventure, so to speak. It was her suggestion that got me in contact with Caldi in the first place.
Look, whatever works for you, and making sure, seeing that Mage Association is turned on its head for amusement, I can buy that. And seeing how she was operating, something seemed a little bit fishy. And also, there's apparently a bit of subterfuge going on in the old Clocktower, and what was with person behind her? She kind of looked like Tori a bit.
Is that what she looked like to you? I couldn't really get a good look at her face. But
Yeah,
she dropped the word master somewhere in that in one of her sentences, and I'm not sure if I'm reading too much into it, and the paranoia is finally catching up to me. Which, hey, on one hand, it means that I'm getting closer to a real mega switch. But on the other hand, it means that I'm keeping my eyes open for whatever. But
look, in my line of work, there's no such thing as coincidences. So, especially with shenaniganry as of the past 48 hours, yeah, no.
Well, suffice it to say that if that girl is involved with Sarah in any way, we are going to have to keep an eye out on her. I mentioned before, Sarah's an evil woman. She may not have looked like, but she enjoys playing with the lives of others. I know I'm not the first bloke that fell into her ruse, and if I get out of this, I might not even be the last.
I could already tell, trying to cast a little net of complimentary and charm, introducing herself. Now, I have done the same, trying to ingratiate self into looking important, as it were. But that's a story for another time. However, let's parse things out where there's less people. And Jay goes up to the counter. Excuse me. We ordered. A friend of mine came in and ordered 5 rooms for extended stay.
Yeah,
Krov?
that's true. I believe so.
You see, like, this, despite like the extremely rich looking hotel, they're dressed in sort of like very pristine uniform, but their head was on the desk. They kind of get up and yeah, all right, you'll have to give me your QR code or your yeah, just give me your QR code, mate.
All right.
Leon pulls out
Here
his
we
phone as well.
Should be a couple coming in.
Yeah.
Lawns.
No. All right. So I think you might's mistaken. You ordered the suite, which means that's 1 room. Good for 5 people. Just
Jay in the back of his head's like, I'm going to throttle him. I told him separate rooms.
Excuse us for a moment. He kind of grabs like Jay, pulls him back like a couple of feet. What's it called? And he says, what in the bloody hell happened to giving low profile? Did you know about this?
I did. I said mid-end hotel, 3 to 4 stars, separate rooms. I was specific. I know how you guys are now. I was specific. How the hell did he?
You know, I'm chalking this up to him being a rich boy.
Cool.
Ivan, he was the one that asked for the rooms.
Friggin' A. Okay, next time I'm
quickly,
doing...
Leon, you quickly have a flashback to Ivan's mansion, his clothes, his family line, and then you realize you got a mage to book something online.
Yeah. Leon just like pinches the bridge of his nose and he's like, alright, well, nothing we can do about this. It would be a hassle to just change everything at this point. We're just gonna have to bear it for now. Now I'm doubly happy that we didn't invite Sarah into the room because, she would have eaten it up.
Okay, from now on, I'll be in charge of getting hotels. I know little discount codes, at least in states-wise. Don't know for here, but I at least know how to keep a low profile when it comes to getting hotels overseas, because I got briefed on it. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. But he was booking me a room for my birthday that week. I forgot he was going to. Guess he was going all out this time.
Well, it's fine. Your QR code set. Here your keys. Kind of like hands you like 2. Well, they're not keys. They're like little cards.
It's the little cards.
Yeah, they're little cards.
Fancy.
I feel like like Leon, you're much more modern of a mage than like the standard mage types. You understand like most basic things. I would dare say you've not actually seen these fucking things before. Like you were expecting keys.
Yeah, these are keys. All right. What's room number?
Kind of like, just kind of like rubs his like temples, like goes to like go check on the computer, like places his hands on the keyboard, and then just like takes his hands off the keyboard and says, "It says on the card."
Ain't right it down. Okay.
Leon looks at the other side of the card.
Yeah, because Jay, when he's going to get motels and shit, they usually write it down.
They do normally, yeah, in like motels. These high-end hotels, no, they're just on the card.
All right.
I suppose we better get up to the room. He's still looking around like, where the fuck is Ivan? Because he texted earlier. We'll get the right away.
And well, we're gonna flash back a little bit. I don't have a separate map for this. But Ivan, what were you doing?
I texted this in chat way earlier. Ivan probably just disappeared right after that clinic scene. Like the moment he was out that door, he just was gone. Like just avoiding any crowds and like looking for like some place that's like slightly open that he can just sort of hide in that's like has as little people as possible. He is definitely hyperventilating. He's having a panic attack.
Now, I'll bring you to this wing of the library that of the Great Clocktower Library, that is actually empty. Like you've been panicking, just trying to find like any sort of space where there aren't people, and you've just been trying and trying and trying. So this place is actually relatively empty. You start like hyperventilating. You'll be at like the stairs down here.
Okay. Ivan would like. Ivan would is definitely like too fucking like gone to even be excited about the books at this point. So likely he's just already started to like discorporate into liquid.
You kind of like hear, you kind of hear like in your mind, Master, are you quite all right? Archer will materialize kind of like by your side.
I think she would get like a mental link, definitely. But the only thing is just like flashes of something and a shit ton of panic, followed by like what is essentially just garbled mental nonsense.
Sure, like you are like hyperventilating. You are, you're shaken up. You are, you're losing it. You're finding it difficult to distinguish between like reality and what's in your head right now. But then you kind of like feel a secure sort of embrace. You kind of like blink, and you don't remember falling over, but you see that Archer has now kind of like placed your head against her chest, kind of like holding your torso securely as you kind of like look around. She's squatting, you're on the floor, and you see like some books have actually been knocked over. You don't remember falling. You don't remember really much, because, well, of course, that attack was quite bad. But your breathing will start to sort of... Your breathing is still bad. It's still ragged, but you're becoming a bit more lucid, and you kind of like start to hear Archer's voice again. Master, it's all right. There is no danger.
Ivan would probably begin to like try and compose himself.
The infirmary, or the scene at it, reminded you of something, didn't it?
Ivan just like sort of pauses for a moment, and he looks at Archer and he just asks, I have you read the journal that I told you to go get?
Out of character, tell me, did you give her permission to read through it?
I remember, like, ages back, was like, if you're curious about, like, he just said, I'm not particularly willing to explain this, but I am...
Yeah.
I feel like I trust... I feel like I trust you enough that it should be fine if you took the journal and read, and, like took a look through it.
Okay, so Archer will kind of say, yes, I did.
Then I have a feeling that you might be aware of why I'm not particularly... He just like breathes in and out, just says, I just clinics and hospitals don't agree with me.
And that is understandable. Do not force the words out. Just focus on breathing. You're not from that place. You're not in that place anymore. You're in a safer area. I'll be more diligent next time. Make sure that we avoid places like that. Are you going to be okay, Master?
Ivan just like sort of looks down at his shirt. It's probably like fucking covered in blood. It's just like, he just doesn't say anything. He doesn't know what to say. He can't give a straight answer.
Even if you won't be okay, I'll be here. Always.
Ivan would like breathe, take a moment, and by a moment I mean like 20 minutes to half an hour, and he would just slowly start to get up, and he just like finally breathes like a slow sigh, just like, okay, okay. I think I'm somewhat fine now. Like, tries to get up, falls over, gets up again, just this time properly.
Yeah. You kind of, Archer does kind of like help stabilize you. And she kind of like gives you like a soft smile and says, "You're okay. You're standing up on your own 2 feet." If
I think, like, in that moment, there would be, like, not really a smile, but just, like, almost, like, somewhere between a mix of, like, relief, but also melancholy when he looks at Archer. And he would just nod before, like, I'm gonna quickly just distract myself with what's here, and he, like, starts, like, he immediately just goes to one of the bookshelves, just, like, takes one off.
yeah.
Wait, I've read this one. Just puts it back.
And as Archer doesn't actually like dissipate into her material, like spirit form. She actually does kind of stand by you for a while, like just kind of like if you let her, like kind of like reading over your shoulder, like seeing like the books that you're just kind of silently looking to yourself.
I think Ivan would be reading really fucking fast. He's a fucking scholar. His entire family is like made for this.
Yeah, but I mean, I think Archer would probably be able to keep up because obviously Archers have enhanced sight, but also, Raiko's a fucking samurai. Like they had to read.
Yeah.
But yeah, like there's kind of like a moment of silent solidarity between the two of you, and occasionally Archer will kind of like actually prompt you to like with like questions, like like if you're reading on like a certain magical theory, she will kind of like ask you how to like like she understands how magic circuits work, but like she's not really understanding of like the sort of she's not familiar with any of the Western fundamentals of magecraft. So even though they're like like basically basic questions, she is kind of like getting you to trying to help distract you by like giving you giving you little questions here and there.
I have a feeling that the moment she asked about magical circuits, like Ivan would immediately just stand there, wait for a second, and then just immediately go, "Oh, well, magical circuits were kind of a result of Solomon in creating the basis of the magecraft we know today," and he just goes on a fucking tangent.
Mm-hmm.
Like
And,
he
Yeah.
like he just spends like a good amount of time explaining like in detail how fucking magic circuits work, as well
And,
as like quality and etc.
Yeah, like the classes of quality and quantity, and Archer does like seem like genuinely interested, just kind of like nodding along, like engaging in this sort of thing. I'd imagine like you have been able to talk to Elaine and Elias about stuff like this a lot, but it's never been...
Elaine not so much. Elias definitely.
Yeah.
So.
It's never been quite the same though, because of course these two were designed to be your caretakers. You've never really gotten the opportunity to like really like teach someone something that they had like no knowledge of really, but it's a different feeling. And what's it called? Yeah, like after a while, Archer does like note, I believe we may have been caught up for quite a while. Perhaps we should be heading back to the rest of the masters now.
Yeah, that should be fine. By the way, Jericho, how much of my DMs have you been getting?
No, I've been getting a bunch of them. What's it called? But yeah, like as you sort of walk down the steps, not even as you walk down the steps, as you return the book. Oh yeah?
Right after he returns the book, he would just immediately start like setting out the texts that he was before.
Yeah.
First of all, like all the room numbers, etc., and then followed by like, all the other shit.
And as you as you put away, you kind of like turn towards the steps, and you see that apparently there's just been another person there the entire time. You don't know how long he's been standing there. He's done a very good job of hiding his presence. You might even like worry that he was an assassin's class servant, but no.
Ivan just like fucking goes, just fucking turns into a puddle.
Yeah, just like sorry. Sorry for intruding. I'll just doesn't even like finish. Doesn't even finish the sentence. Like just as what's it called?
And now there's three of them.
As the token does not work. Hold on. It should be working. What the fuck's happening?
No, I can't see anything on my end.
Yeah,
Is it on the DM layer?
No. As in like the image like file type, I think just isn't work. Oh, hold on. I think maybe we have this now. Hold on. Give me a bit.
I think I might be able to find it. It might be somewhere here, somewhere.
Yeah, it's just like not working. Give me a quick moment to like re-upload it.
Should I hit the stream with a BRB?
Hey!
Yeah,
I still have it. Give me a second.
No, because I took it straight from our DMs, Nathan, and it wasn't working. So like, let me just fix. Let me fix this. Don't worry. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Welcome to behind the screens of D&D.
As you see, both of you kind of yelp at the same time as he shrinks away. A very scrawny, pale-looking kid. Kid? Certainly looks young. Certainly acts it. As kind of, hides away, like scutters basically behind like the the banister, until he kind of like looks back up and goes, "Oh, Ivan."
Ivan just like tilts his head and it's just I know that I recognize the character, but would
Yeah.
Ivan be able to? Because they've only really talked online. I don't. But I think
Ivan wouldn't be able to, but as your like head kind of like tilts and like you're trying to figure out who the fuck this guy is, he says, "Oh, you I've never sent my picture to you. It's Eldar from online."
Ivan just like goes, wait, you. Ivan just like takes a moment. It's like, wait, you're Eldar?
We play video games together. I mean, I wouldn't blame you if you forgot who I am. It's okay.
Yes. Sorry. Eldar. I remember you. You're the guy who played in Call of Duty with me and Elaine a few times, and then she yelled like 5 slurs in a row and made us both get very awkward.
Yeah, I accidentally friendly fired her, and then she just killed me. It's good to see you.
Likewise. You're a mage?
Well, my father wouldn't say so, but yeah, I'm here.
God, this is hilarious because it's just 2 fucking dipshits who have no social skills.
Well, it was good seeing you again. And he just kind of like, he doesn't go near you. He kind of like jumps over the fucking banister and just like lands on the steps and just like, once again, just scutters away.
Ivan just like, small world. Internally.
Archer kind of like asks, is an associate of yours, Master?
You could say that. I have him friended on Steam, and well, Steam's the platform that I use to launch the game that we played while we were at my manor. Do I need to explain how computers work? It's just like ready to go on another tangent.
Oh, the Grail deemed that necessary information to upload to us.
Yes. So, basically, I would play a game called Call of Duty with that individual over there who's named Eldar, and my and one of my caretakers. I don't think you've encountered Elaine, have you? Ivan just like questioned for a moment,
Not yet.
Wait, she has. She encountered Elaine in Chaldea at the very start.
Did Elaine ever like actually meet the servants?
She met Ivan, and up with Ivan, and I think Archer was also there to comfort him at that time. So,
Oh yeah, that's true, yeah.
So, Ivan would have definitely, like, said, yeah, you've met Elaine, the girl in the, red maid outfit, she has a bit of, personality, if you could call it, if you could, to say the least. He just sort of, like, manages to say,
I see. Well, perhaps at some point we can get to know each other properly under better circumstances. I would like to get to know all of your friends and companions.
I think with you meeting him and the rest of the team from Chaldea, that makes all of them. He just realizing how sad that sentence is.
Ah, I see. Shall we get going?
Probably for the best. Ivan just immediately after that awkward situation, the panic attack's off his mind at this point.
Yeah,
he wants at the same. A part of him is I should check on Marvin. The other part of him is nope, bad.
Yep. And speaking of Marvin, I'm very sorry it took this long to get to you, Marjin.
Hey, I knocked myself out.
First, not Marvin, because he rolled higher.
Listen,
Yeah.
I'm really enjoying seeing people roleplay, so don't worry about it.
All right, that's fine. I just, there's been a significant absence of Marjin talking in this session. And I feel bad.
Which,
But
is a good thing. Keep it.
But
Good session.
good
Yeah,
session.
good session.
That's where we end this. No. But you. So, Marvin, you're still recovering. You still have pain, and you are woken up by, Master of Cleos, Master of Cleos, Master of Cleos. As Caster seems to just start slapping your face.
Oh,
You should be fine now. Well, not fine. Your teeth are still healing. Just maybe we won't be able to talk. That'll be a problem. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!
yeah. God, has it been 8 hours?
No, but there are some people here who need to talk to you.
Alright. Who is it?
As you kind of get up. I will swap you through the map eventually, don't worry.
Wait, quick question.
Yep.
It's been a few hours as well for her. Is Olga okay?
You're not sure yet. You know that she is you know that she's recovering, but that's basically it. As you kind of come to and you see, a lot of mages with one lady kind of in front, her hands kind of clasped one over the other as she kind of stands there politely, kind of waiting for you, as Cleos and Ryder seem to kind of be sort of on guard. A woman with kind of cocktail twirls, a blue jumper with quite a large sort of mystic code that seems to act as kind of like a single pauldron. Kind of says, like, you know, she sees you kind of like sit up and bows to you and says, I'm glad that you're awake, Mr. McRemitz.
Do I recognize her?
You can roll me a history check.
No advantage?
Unfortunately not.
Well,
Unfortunately, you don't. But it's fine, because she introduced herself quite quickly. As after, like, she realized that, like, you know, your eyes have, like, blinked. And she kind of says, my name is Aletheia Athos Hagamine, the wife of Zanbei Hagamine, the foolhardy man who very rudely knocked you out. I'm here to extend my severest apologies. As she kind of like bows quite low.
don't worry about it. The only thing he should apologize for is casting that nasty unsportsmanship like spell at the end. Outside of that, everything felt like a good fight.
My husband is known to do things at any cost of winning. In fact, that is the creed of his family. It does not excuse his behavior, but it is unfortunately the way he tends to be. But in any case, I am happy that there are no hard feelings, because I am also here for a different matter.
Yes.
We will pay you $5,000 right now. As she kind of steps to the side, and one of the mages kind of like walks up and like presents you, like opens like up a briefcase of like dollar bills. As she like says, this will be provided to you if you agree not to go to Manhattan.
Why?
Well, there is the possibility that our son, Itsuki, is there. And we would like to see to him personally.
Sure. I know I have checked on this, but what was the bounty that was put on his son to bring him back? Like, not because he's a master, just because of he's the son.
Yeah, this would have been 15,000.
15.
Yes.
And then the extra for taking him out as a master, correct?
The extra taking out for a master is that would be
one
what's it
master
called?
taking out duo was 11,000, I believe, at the top of my head.
Yes,
so
that is correct.
Together it would be 26.
Yes.
Yeah. So Marvin looks at the briefcase. He's like, you know, that's not a lot compared to what I am being offered, right?
While that may be true, we were prepared to give 5,000 each to each individual member of your group that was seen in Clocktower. That being said, if you can convince the others to not go to Manhattan, we can increase the price.
And why not just let me take him to you if he's working with us?
Well, you have to understand that we have allowed the enforcers multiple times over the course of the past half year to find Itsuki and bring him home. And we have not seen any results, even with Clocktower's best mage hunters on the hunt for him. We would like to see this through ourselves.
And who is this we you're talking about?
Of course, Zenbei, his father, I, his mother, and the rest of our family.
I will have to talk to the others about it.
Of course. I trust you will make the right decision in the end. The whereabouts of our son is... You must, I am sure you must understand the importance of this to us.
I understand you find it important and your family, but I still need to see if the others think similar to me.
That is perfectly understandable. We shall take our leave then. Please. She starts to take a step towards you, but Cleos gets in the way. And Cleos just kind of says, anything you can give to him, you give to me. She kind of looks up at him with very much up at him. She's a short lady. Around I'd say 4'10". Next to Cleos is 8 feet. But kind of looks at him with a just kind of a look of disgust, honestly, and just says a look of disgust, closes her eyes, takes a deep breath, and just kind of her face goes back to that sort of serene, pleasant looking face, and says, very well. Please, give this to Mr. McRemitz. These are my contact details. Please, do your best to convince the others. We will be in your debt for this. And, she and the rest of the mages make their leave. And, as things kind of calm down, Cleos kind of sighs. Ryder actually kind of asks, what has a great hero like you out of sorts over that tiny woman? You don't seem like yourself, Cleos. Cleos just kind of walks over to your bedside, places the paper slip by the desk, and says, I just smelled something off with that woman. I don't know if it's just the aura she gives off, or if there was something strange I was sensing with her magic circuits, but
Negative 100 aura.
it felt like something I've felt before. Caster just kind of scratches his head a bit and just says, can't say I can agree with you there. She seemed like a reasonable lady, and I don't know what you sense, but I didn't sense any curses or anything on her. Ryder puts a hand to his chin and says, she did seem off to me. In what way, I cannot exactly tell. But I suppose that is not a matter for us servants to decide upon. What do you make of the situation, Master of Kleos?
First of all, I don't see Kleos as my servant. So his inputs are important to me. And if any of you feel something you want to say, no matter what, even if it might come across as an insult, I would love to hear your thoughts as well.
Very pragmatic of you. But that does not answer the question.
No, she definitely has something fishy going on. But I had a plan to go on anyway, and I'm just wanting to know what the rest is thinking.
Well, hold on. Caster just like, okay. Master, you left me in the infirmary with a vegetable. You made a very persuasive point! It seems like my master is in trouble, but not in the enemy servant type of trouble. Well, shall we get going? Assuming that your legs are functional. Kleos kind of like, Kleos kind of like, takes like a crouch like behind, like, to reach your, at the very least tries his best to reach like your level, and kind of like tells you like, right, the other masters booked a hotel, and that seems to be our base of operations and our place to plan. If you wish, I can carry you, if that wouldn't be too,
Do I still feel like I have
about to
a
get upbeat.
concussion, or...
I would say yes. You actually do still kind of feel like you can probably walk, but you'd have to take it slow.
Yeah. Marvin would say, I don't mind you carrying me, but I do want to check up on Olga first.
Of course. Kind of like helps you up. Caster actually does give you his staff to like kind of like help you walk. As you kind of like, make your way around the corner, you actually do see Ruler kind of like sitting by Olga's bedside. Olga's sitting up actually, and the two of them seem to be like talking about like something.
Yeah,
With like sort of like a grave expression on their faces actually.
Marvin would wake and be like, do you guys mind if I approach?
Ruler kind of like, Ruler like turns. I see. I suppose this does concern you as well. Come, approach. Olga just kind of like looks over at you and just kind of like nods. She still looks kind of like sick, but kind of like in like the post, like kind of like post-operation, or like like post-sickness thing of like, once you get over a fever, but you still feel kind of like I don't know how I'm gonna be doing, sort of way. That's the kind of the state that she's in right now.
Yeah.
So kind of like, Olga says, hey, so, you, I don't know how to start a conversation. You start the conversation.
How are you doing, Olga?
fine, I suppose. I'll walk this off in the morning.
You don't have to act tough around me.
I am tough, so you don't have to think that I'm just acting. You don't have to worry about me. I have a servant, so it's fine.
I know you're tough, and sadly, worrying is something I always do.
Fine, I guess. I guess I've had my share of troublesome people like you in the past anyways. Well, anyways, what are you gonna be leaving soon? To go around the world, fight other masters, you know, do all that stuff?
That was the plan.
Well, luck with that, I suppose.
You're not coming with.
Like looks a bit like conflicted, not like sad or concerned or anything, just kind of like conflicted, and kind of looks to Ruler and says, "Ruler, you can probably explain better than I can." And Ruler kind of nods with like kind of like a very like genuine sort of expression on her face, like, you know, not like the sort of haughty demon king that you've seen before, but, you know, turns to you, Marvin, and kind of says, essentially, my master and I have been talking about certain responsibilities. As a ruler of this Holy Grail War, we have come to the conclusion that we need to create a base of operations. Sooner or later, the enemy will realize that in order to access the Grail, they will need to deal with the interlopers who have forced themselves into the Grail War system. They will be coming for us, and we'll need to be ready. I have the ability of territory creation, and our plan is to set up shop in a spot in Tokyo. Olga kind of like, you know, jumps in and says, so I know that sounds like ridiculous considering the places that you are going to does not include Tokyo, but I have a house there I so happen to own. It'll be a little home base for all of you that you'll be able to retreat to if you need to, you know, for, you know, cost free, obviously, considering you sort of maybe helped me a little bit. But, you know, it's an important step to ensuring that we secure the Grail. But that doesn't mean you need to, you know, come with us or anything. You can go deal with the enemy masters, and Ruler and I will set things up.
And the homeland advantage, right, Ruler?
Ruler kind of like chuckles. Well, I suppose, do you not suppose that a ruler of the Holy Grail should not be in their highest of power while educating?
Oh no, I can agree. Quite smart of you two.
Of course. But, although my master may not admit it, we may require your aid at some point. Hopefully, this will go off without a hitch, but we may need to create a sort of united front and send for you when the time is right.
Well, I would be, and I'm glad you think with us, Olga.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, obviously you guys are on the side of humanity and, you know, not screwing up magecraft permanently. So, you know, obviously the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Not that we're friends, we're like associate. You know.
Damn, I just want to say glad we can agree with friends, but I guess if you don't want to,
What? Well,
as he chuckles.
whatever. Go meet up with your other people, and then we'll meet with you in your hotel room. We can set something up. Ruler has like a noble phantasm that she can use to make some sort of telepathic bond between you. It's, just go. I'm still recovering.
Help me remember. Did we exchange numbers already?
Yeah,
Olga doesn't
back
have
up.
a phone.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
Olga
like,
doesn't have a
Yeah.
phone. That's...
Yeah. Ruler was there when people were setting up the yeah. Ruler was there when you guys were like planning on like getting the hotel room, so she does know where you guys are. Like she will be able to
Mhm.
find you. But yeah.
Well, I mean, Marvin just writes the. He checks his phone first of all, sees all the messages.
Yeah.
He's like, we'll respond
all
to
the
those
fucking
in a
shit.
minute. Write down the location and his number, gives it to Olga. He's like, maybe think of getting a phone, even a basic one. That way we can stay in touch.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe that'll be useful for something this large scale.
I
That's
would
fine.
certainly like to get to keep in touch with my friends.
She kind of just turns over in her bed, like folds the pillow over her ear, and like just like passes the slip to Ruler, who just like takes it. Like Ruler kind of like has like a just like a shit-eating grin, just
Yeah.
very amused. She's very like she just kind of like nods for you to go, and telepathically you do hear her say, "I must thank you. I am in your debt for giving me such an interesting master."
Well, you seemed really interesting yourself. Your master seems like a good person. So I'm glad to have you both on our sides. And if, I hope certainly not, but if anything may happen to your master, you could always come to me.
I suppose we shall see. And, she kind of like, sits back in her chair as you kind of make your way back to the other servants, and you kind of like see like Ryder has like just kind of inched towards like the door more, and he's just kind of like seemingly impatient, like we could be making for the luxurious hotel, but we're stuck in this infirmary. Are we quite done, Master Leos?
I don't know why, but I'm just imagining like fucking Ryder like slowly inching his way over before he starts doing the Transformers run.
Yeah, Martha is like, oh, sorry, my king, as he does a bow. I apologize for holding up your so precious time in
Your
such
apologies
a
are
wasted space.
Your apologies are accepted. Let us go forth. As he goes forward, Cleos kind of like, offers you like his back to ride on, and Castor just like, man, that guy does not know what sarcasm is. You'd think the Grail would upload that into our brains, huh?
But this is way funnier. You know, the fact that he thinks it's all serious is hilarious.
Cleos
Especially
kind of-
with how Leon reacts to it.
Cleon. Oh, crack ship.
Cleon!
Fusion! Ah!
No, that's just a new ship name.
Cleos, just kind of like shakes his head, but like has a smile on his face. Reminds me of quite a few people I knew. Well, whatever. Let's go. And
I
while
don't know
all
what-
of you kind of make your way to, the hotel, while you're all doing that, you know, Katya and Saber are eating Jollibee.
Mm-mm-mm.
Jollibee.
Jollibee.
Hold
I'll post a picture of
It better be the one we went to.
Oh no, here you go. Just eating this. Like, you just like
Over.
eat, like,
And rice.
you know, this entire meal is laid out. Katya, you are eating the burger and some of the rice. Saber's eating the rest. She bought like she got you to buy her like a 15 like wing bucket, and is just gorging on it. Like you know, like how medieval kings would have like the big drumstick. Like that's what
Yeah.
that's what she looks like. Except you know these drumsticks are much smaller.
I
Should I
don't know.
deduct some money from my account?
Good.
Like,
Deduct
how
like
much?
I'll say 50.
Fair enough. Like,
50 US dollars. She bought a lot. She bought as much as I do whenever I go to Jollibee for myself. But
Saber hungers the enemy Artoria. Gotta fucking love her.
Saber just kind of like, you know, it's just like, master, this is quite delectable. To think that the people of Britain would come so far in their culinary skills.
It was Filipino food.
Boom. I see.
Just the disappointment.
Well, that's. I am glad that the people of my kingdom have welcomed other cultures into their nation.
You sound disappointed.
Well, could you at least tell me that British food is as good as this?
Silence.
Saber like deflates. Like,
What was food like back in Camelot? I asked with like a certain wariness in my voice.
Don't ask
Oh.
about Gwen's mashed potatoes.
yes, quite. We had a lot of delectable berries, cheeses, flatbreads. Every day was a veritable feast. It was delicious, actually. We could have a great variety of fish, like cod, herring. We would gorge ourselves on the great seasonings of pheasant and fowl, with honey, wine, black pepper, saffron. As she kind of like very like nostalgically recollects a meal that does not sound British to you.
Mm-hmm.
At the very least, I can rest easy knowing that the people of my country, they'll have that identity to them.
I'll make
Correct?
sure next time we go to a place that matches your description.
In any case, this has been delightful. You said your friend frequents this place often. I'm glad my master knows people of such good taste.
Yeah.
She kind of like tilts her head there, and kind of like this time is just kind of like as like a. Okay, why did you hesitate that time?
Oh, nothing.
And what's it called? Kind of says well, yeah, just kind of like you have like your nice meal, and afterwards she kind of like you start like walking to like you kind of like look on your phone and you see like all the messages of like hotels, and like apparently Leon was in like a really fucking bad situation that was somehow worse than an enemy servant, but wasn't. But
All the emojis that Nathan is sending are just like corrupted because this is a Nokia brick.
yeah, it's just like a black like just like black square like
Yes.
and what's it called? I feel like you see that message, Katya, like be careful who may approach you all on the way to hotel, and your like thought is just like a crackhead, like just like walk up to them. Like
Yeah.
did they have to deal with that? Like but so as you kind of like walk, as the traffic like rushes past, Saber, like she's had like a genuine smile on her face for a while, but as you walk, as you kind of like things are like silent, you do kind of like see that smile sort of like fade as she seems to just like do the thing again of just drifting off.
Mm.
And
Come now, Saber. We'll go to the hotel and we'll get some rest. You're not the only one who's tired here.
oh, yes, of course. That, yes, I suppose due to my faulty summoning, I do need quite a bit of rest. I can't just subsist off of my own mana sources like the others can. I suppose Cleos has that problem as well. I do hope they found a bed big enough for him.
Right, hopefully. I need to replenish my own mana as well.
Quite. Master. There's something I must... There's something I feel I must confess. She kind of like... You kind of like had the thing of like you kind of like were walking and she stopped and you were like continuing walking and you just kind of...
Yeah.
So she's like a few paces back and she's just kind of like standing, kind of like looking a bit like almost shamefully away from your gaze and says, "It's something quite important, but apologies. I don't think I'm ready yet. I'll tell you eventually. Shall we get going to the hotel?"
I have a feeling
Yeah.
you
Take
like
your time.
Thank you, Master.
Sorry, I think Katya would like see like fucking Ivan in his 7-foot tall red cloaked glory, fucking like panting really hard as he full tilt sprints towards the hotel.
Yeah, just like the
zoom
other
past
side.
us.
Yeah. Oh, it seems Ivan has made it.
More energetic than usual.
I was just like, there was an emergency. What's going on with it?
As you all reconvene at the hotel, and I'll take you to your suite.
So yeah, Jay is waiting in the doorway of the suite and looks at friggin' Ivan, who is the first one to arrive, and he is pissed.
Ivan immediately sees Jay. It's like, uh-oh. It's just like internally, off the bat, not like not uh-oh in like a playful way. Uh-oh in a, oh no. Uh-oh. And like he is internally just fucking screaming.
Jay kind of points downwards because he knows Ivan is 7 feet tall.
Ivan puddles up.
Alright then, you little friggin' fish thing. I told you specifically what to order. I said both 3 to 4 star hotel and separate rooms.
Okay,
What?
hey Jericho, just wanted to say this. I think Ivan, after hearing that, kind of realizes his mistake, because I said earlier, in like when he was like getting the room, he was kind of a little out of it.
Yeah.
I don't think he would be able to explain it very well. So
Yeah, okay,
I think
so-
one thing for sure is Archer help.
Yeah, like Archer will kind of like appear. Well, no, Archer won't appear. Archer will just kind of like speak to Jay in his mind and says, "My dearest apologies, but my master is not quite used to modern technology, and they were having a anxiety attack while conversations in the infirmary were going on. It was a mistake on his part, but please, at the very least, just this once, forgive him."
Jay, he kind of like internally counts in his head from 10 to 1. Grips slow, kind of using Ivan as a stress ball at the point.
Squeezes him.
You just grab
And
grab the blood.
He mostly used, like, because he knows friggin' Ivan is is sludge. He has like friggin' plastic bag from when they went to the friggin' vintage store and used that, squeezed it like. Okay.
You just hear like a high-pitched squeal. Like not a joy, just like a what? I can't do the bochi noise. Like what? How the fuck do I? No, it's not even that.
Okay. Because you are not used to modern technology.
Actually,
Here's the thing. From now on, I will be handling hotel rooms if you want to pay for rooms. Since your daddy Warbucks here, send me the you come with me, and we make sure exactly where we're staying for the night, because mind you, we have 3 women and several men and 1 domicile.
I think each room has its own ensuite though. It's not even just one room.
What's it called? I'll say for the very least convenience sake, there is another like double bed that's not pictured on this map. But for humor purposes, I will say that this is also just very difficult to fit a billion people in.
We had to lie to the reception saying you were funding a birthday party, so it's at least believable. But otherwise, I am going with you for hotel runs. You got that?
You see, like, it's not even his own hand. It's just like one of those like tiny little blood hands that he makes. But like it looks way more frail and pathetic. Just like slowly slinks out the puddle and gives him a thumbs up.
Kind of a Saber ass. Saber and Ryder, like Ryder materializes here. Saber kind of like walks in, and both of them kind of like at the same time ask. Ryder says master. Saber says master of Ryder. What exactly happened that you encountered that was worse than an enemy servant?
Jay immediately smirks, looking at Leon.
Leon contains the contains the need to let some levity by saying a woman. But
What?
What?
like, what's it called?
It's dead.
Oh, did my mic cut out? Hello? Hello? My mic cut out?
No! I was dying laughing because you dropped that quote.
You're here, Marty.
Okay. Leon contains the need to say that and instead says, as I was explaining to Marvin here, ran into my benefactor, as it were. It's it was an ordeal. It was an ordeal, I'll say that much. What's it called? I didn't expect to run into her. Usually with the last few meetings I've been over the phone, and I never thought I would see her until all of this was over. Now you may be wondering, why is it that big of a deal for me to run into my benefactor? But I guarantee you, it's when you meet her, you'll know. She tends to have a way of dealing with people, mostly for her own amusement. She funded this whole expedition of me, joining, meeting up with Katya, joining the Grail War and all of that, entirely because, and I quote, she thought it would be fun.
Why did you do it? Because it would be funny.
Yes, exactly, and over the time that I've been associated with her, I've seen a couple of people come and go, and I'm not 100% sure on this, but I'm pretty sure she bets on underground fighting rings on her off time, which wouldn't be that much of a problem, except, well, I'm pretty sure people die in this.
Also, yeah, looking at Saber, kind of collecting, looks back at her, looks at his notepad, which had like his own little detailed notes of sorry. He flips back. Sorry, Leon Sugarmama striked out, but with the quotes. Gray, short girl, gray hair, blue eyes, looks similar to Saber. Looks at. Well, we have done. We have come to a conclusion. And I was right when I said it, Leon. In this line of work, my line of work, there is no such thing as coincidences. We encountered another servant.
Potential servant. That's right.
No,
Sari was-
not no potential. This is a definite.
We don't know
And
what
Saber.
she is. Go ahead.
Well,
Should I stop drinking?
No, because this is gonna be in for this, and Jay gets a flask with his own little thing.
No,
They
start
go-
drinking.
Start drinking.
Okay, because this is a stressful thing. Okay. So,
Oh, you want to tell him or should I?
well, since I came to the epiphany, and it's your magely patron, and Jake puts the quotes. You described your patron. I'll describe the encounter as much.
Alright.
Okay, so there. So we were there at the hotel. We met Leon's patron. He still does the air quotes. And also with her was another woman who seemed to be a little bit on the shy side. Said her name was Gray or something like that. But I couldn't help but notice, like, I do not forget faces. She looked exactly like you, Saber. But
Ryder kind of like chimes in with, that could mean anything. It's probably one of her thousands of progeny that live to this very day.
like,
If we went to Egypt, there would be a lot of people who look exactly like me. Cleo's
Okay.
kind of like Cleo's like puts a hand to his chin and says, "Yes, probably if we went to Greece, you'd find quite a few who look like me as well." Saber kind of Saber says, "No, I will put an end to that. Right now, I never had any descendants." Ryder kind of looks at
Yeah.
her. "You are a king."
it's a bit of a long story with that one. I won't get into that because that's your business with your family tree. I don't, and that is also a touchy subject. So respect. So, like Saber said, this is definitely not one of her descendants. This is almost identical, except for gray hair, blue eyes, a bit shorter, probably about. Okay, I'd say about. How tall is she?
Yeah, like actually, let me check something real quick.
Because I'm five.
Because yeah, like let me check something really quickly, Hunter. Actually, so actually, Gray is a bit taller than Saber.
Okay, here's
a little bit
here's
taller.
something. Okay, I know that's like this is probably not gonna happen, but I do hope that Jericho, I hope that you realize that
I know.
what Bar described is also somewhat matches Morgan Le Fay.
I know.
So, a little bit taller than you, blue eyes, kind of grayish hair, a little bit sheepish. But another point, they had mentioned something along the lines of they were also working alongside another master at Clocktower. Coincidence? I think not, because who says that in random conversation, especially with main sales? As far as I'm aware, y'all don't call each other's people you work under masters or whatnot, unless it's like a student-teacher relationship or something along that lines. But with this, I can rule it out too. The man's one of the mages we were looking for. I believe they said that, Miss what's a dink who gave us the old brand on the hands. She mentioned one of the masters was around here in London, good old England. And
Cleos kind of like nudges Marvin on like the shoulder and says, "Perhaps this is a good segue to tell them about what you had to deal with."
I mean, I was getting there after the talk, but the Kakamine family reached out to me again. I was in the hospital.
Dun dun dun! Aha! The plot thickens even more, and Jay starts writing stuff down.
He swaps his fucking flat cap for a deer stalker.
He actually does.
Get the extra long pipe out.
Leon looks over at
Oh
Marvin.
no, he actually has that.
Leon looks over at Marvin and is like, "Were they there to come to pay for damages?"
I don't know if they paid for damages. They tried to make a deal with all of us.
Deal.
Yeah, they want to hunt their kid down themselves. They want us to avoid them until they have dealt with them.
Did you tell them that that's not really in the cards?
Offer 5,000 per person to do so. I haven't told them anything yet, because I'm not the only one in this group that has a say about this. But personally, in my opinion, we just still go hunt his kid down, make sure he releases his servant, and bring him back to his parents.
When they were offering the deal, were they attempting to make you sign a gear scroll?
They were not. They just had they were not. So Katya asked, were they making you try to sign a Gia scroll, which is what Kiritsugu made the guy sign in Fate Zero.
Yeah.
They were not. They only offered you a briefcase of money.
Yeah.
Well, how about
Marvin
we
would
take
know
the
about
money
the scrolls.
and then we go anyway?
First of all, that's not how I roll.
Can I take your money
Contract
then?
is a contract. No, I won't take the money or we won't go.
If they are...
If we take...
Go ahead. Sorry.
But I know that to hunt a cat down for Master will give each of us 11,000. And if we take him back alive, I could technically get his bounty.
Well...
Which is
And
another
there's a
50.
bounty on his head.
If...
Well, set by his father.
Well... If they're willing to fork over, what, 25,000 total for their kid, then I'm going to assume that they have measures in place to make sure that we accomplish that deal. If we take the money beforehand, I'm guessing there's a catch to it. Otherwise, they wouldn't just be willing to give it just like that.
Ivan
Go ahead.
Ivan ponders this for a moment and says, it could be quite likely that they could put us into some kind of binding contract, like Aegea says, as Katya had mentioned. And deals with Magus are, while some of them are upheld by honor, many Magus tend to be very paranoid. We may end up having to deal with it, well, a lot more than just we may have to deal with a lot more than just angering them.
Did they
Oh.
mention, Marvin? Did they mention that they wanted their child to bow out of the Holy Grail War?
They did not. They just said they want to deal with this situation themselves. Because
Sweeping it under the rug, no doubt.
yes, if word came out, but I forget Jericho because in my notes it says she, but you said a few times he.
It was unclear. What you've seen like the notes I gave you were not incorrect, and you did not write them incorrectly. The history check that you made did actually garner you a she, but they were referring to their son as a he.
So I will just say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, easy solution. Now I forgot what I wanted to say. What was the question again?
Did they ask if they wanted their child to bow out of the Holy Grail War?
Yeah. They did not say anything about the Holy Grail War, but if word came out that their child was doing these kind of things and as a runaway, it would be very hurtful to their family name. That's why they probably want to handle things internally.
Well,
Unfortunately for them, my contract with Katya comes first.
and unfortunately for them, I don't follow what Major family tell me. So, I think you know my answer to this
For
already.
them, they only bid 1,000 more than the original contract, so too bad.
Well, there is also another thing that is a little bit of concern that we've also learned. I don't know if you picked this up, Leon, but there has been a murder while we were at Clocktower. Dun dun dun.
Leon and Ivan and Marvin would know that that's just kind of like a normal thing.
Yeah, those things happen in the major world, Jay.
The frick you mean that just happened?
If somebody doesn't,
Unfortunate.
let me put it this way.
Unfortunate.
What were you gonna say, Ivan?
Ivan was gonna say, unfortunately, the world of the moonlit world, as some call it, is filled with depravity and injustice. Having another mage murdered is not uncommon, unfortunately. Though,
Is under the nose of another mage in their protection.
Yeah, those
Marvin
things,
just looks like, so?
those things happen, Jay. Are you starting to see why I don't associate?
Okay, y'all.
Are you starting to see why I don't like Major Society?
Okay, y'all's. Okay, Jay kind of points to friggin' Marvin, Katya, and friggin' Ivan. Y'all's are the frig off backstabs mages.
Whoa, hold on. Don't.
Well, y'all
don't-
mage society is
I don't know-
backstabbing shenanigans.
I don't know who
I'm
this-
not saying
I don't know who this y'all you're using is referring to here. But I'm not part of
I'm
Nexus. I don't know
saying
me
it
with it.
mages.
Hey, I'm just a contract worker.
Okay.
Same for me. I always do what the contract says, and I don't backstab my contract giver.
I feel
Okay.
like Katya and like Marvin just like no look high fived each other there. Like,
Okay. Okay.
You wanna
I
see
see.
my whole bounty list I gathered and what they did?
Okay. So, mercenaries respect the contract. However, pointing back to Ivan, the mage world are friggin' backstabbers, and y'all saying it's normal. But here's another thing: as coincidence don't usually happen. Friggin', why is it that a mage was murdered and there was investigation going on around the same time as, well, you were getting hush monies from the family who basically knocked the frig out of you, knocked the stuff out of you, Marvin. Maybe they had something to do with it.
Well, probably.
I just like looks at you like probably. You're like,
Yeah,
Probably. I wouldn't put it past them.
yeah, they could have done something with it. So,
I mean, shit.
they just like Jay just watches them like on the couch, unbothered, like taking sips of their drinks.
Like, keep in mind, Jay. Keep in mind, Jay. Marvin almost got like killed in front of a crowd of like 30 people by somebody. And I
he
guarantee
was
you,
cheating, alright?
and I guarantee you, if he would have actually died, no one in that room would have said a word to anyone outside.
Oh yeah, no, they would have cheered really hard.
Okay.
What was that, what was that noise?
So, the friggin' shenanigan. Anyway, Caster, didn't you mention to me that alternate way of friggin' servants getting mana is soul diablerizing by other mages?
Caster kind of like shimmers here as to not freak you the fuck out, Jay. And yeah, like that's what I was thinking. But Caster just kind of says, yeah, soul cannibalism. It's pretty nasty work, though. If you're saying that there was a murder, like murder singular, that tends to not be enough to sustain a servant for more than like an hour. To put it bluntly, we kind of have to be serial killers for it to be particularly effective, which is why, like, at the very least, I hope that none of us are willing to do so. Cleos kind of like shakes his head, Ryder kind of scoffs, and like Saber just kind of like seems to like shiver a bit at the idea.
What the freak you mean? I had a freaking whole hypothesis. It was all coming together, but y'all just say, nah, that's just normal. Like, not friend.
Do we even know who got murdered?
Well, we were gonna follow up with some peoples, but
Leo looks over like, who the fuck is we? I don't care.
well, friggin' A.
First of all, it is a great hypothesis. Good work, detective.
Don't you patronize me, mofo. I'm not the one.
But no, just serious. We know 2 enemy masters are in Manhattan, you know, different part of the world.
Yeah.
2 people are in Lapu Lapu, you know, different part of the world. two people are in Siberia, other part of the world,
Look,
and the one person we found here immediately ran away, and the ruler class servant we already had in our pocket. If by any means it was a servant you saw, they weren't with any of the masters we are hired to hunt.
Now, I won't deny. Should fucking Katya
Joe,
went to the
jump.
balcony.
Why are we so high up?
Yeah.
Not seeing the number on the elevator.
You're just like shooting daggers at Ivan.
Oh my god. Now, I won't deny it, Jay. If our theory is correct that this gray person is also a servant, that would make them an extra servant from the list that we were originally provided. Which, considering how the rules of this war seem to be changing from one day to the other, I wouldn't be super surprised. But
Jay immediately downs whatever's left in his flask because he's just like, friggin' A.
and
It could technically be possible.
And if this Grey is an extra servant, and if they are behind the murder, well, then we dodge more than just a bullet when running into Sarah in the lobby. Because if she would have gotten us alone in a room and would have ordered Grey to kill us, we would have not stand a lot of chances there. But
Ivan would sort of tilt his head and just think, "Hey, Leon, did you try and like sense their mana to ensure that they were a servant? Because
I didn't want to risk casting a spell in front of Sarah because she knows me. She knows that what I'm capable of. And if she found out that I was trying to get one up on her or her assistant, she would have definitely let me have it. So
Ivan just like sits there for a moment, like wondering what do you call it, Leon means, and then he remembers, oh right, I think I'm one of the few people here who could just like fucking sense mana signatures.
what's it called?
Wait, I thought only servants could do that.
My gun can do that.
Yeah, it is possible to like learn that as kind of like a discipline out of character, but yeah.
Huh.
But it is like a rare form of like it is kind of like rare-ish, because why the fuck would you need to learn that if like if you're a mage, you live in a moonlit world.
I am asking, like, in character.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Marvin would still say like, my gun can do that.
Well, whoop-de-friggin' do, you got ESP.
Ivan like tilts his head, just like, wait, you wait. And he just like sits for a moment and like thinking there for a moment. It's just like, am I actually the only one here who actually can naturally sense mana signatures? He just like sounds fucking. He's just like actually fucking concerned.
Everyone just looks at Ivan.
Leon.
Yeah, like, what do you want? Who of us is born in a wealthy, well-out mage family?
Leon.
You want to know what's even funnier? The fact that Ivan the fact that Ivan actually picked it up to hunt dead apostles.
Leon kind of like leans back from wherever the fridge or place where they keep the wine is at, and and he says, "Now, don't get me wrong. I was technically also born into a mage family, albeit one of a very low ranking. But our way of detecting, mana signatures is a little bit more overt than everybody else's." He says as he, for a second, just kind of activates his mystical vision, which does, as I said before when he has done this, does show like a visual indicator around his eyes that he's activating it. what's it called? So it's like very most noticeable that he's like sensing like mana signatures. He just kind of turns it off like immediately after that.
Okay.
I was planning of getting these lances I have for my gun for my glasses. Maybe I could make switch lances.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't point guns at people.
Mm-hmm.
They are empty.
Firearm safety, you
Always
dirt.
assume a firearm is loaded.
Yeah,
by
of
the
course.
way-
Jay, you saw what happened with murder, right? It's acceptable in this world.
No, it is not, you weirdo. That's how you get carted off the friggin' who knows where with Big Mike and the boys. Or, in your case, Katya, Big Shirley and the girls.
Oh yeah, once
It's a
once it's
prison
actually
reference.
once it's actually been mentioned, can I after Leon does it, he's just like Ivan just like sort of internally wonders. I wonder if mine's actually sensible, to be able to be sensed, and he's just gonna send off pick a quick check himself. Quickly,
Yeah,
do
and I will say,
mana
for
signature
you,
check.
your method is undetectable because obviously it's like a practice clairvoyance. Caster seems to shudder, ugh.
Yeah, I think Caster would notice it because I think the way Ivan does it is it's a very subtle radar. He sends a small jolt of mana out, and then when it bounces back, he can sell and sort of see and sense it.
Yeah, so, but yeah, Saber kind of says, well, it seems that all of you did have quite an eventful time helping consolidate our information. It does beg the question, where are we going first?
There's one more thing I need to say.
What's that, Columbo? Since my detective skills weren't fruitful.
Fucking skulking in the corner.
I'm sorry, Jay. Maybe I should have made less fun. But, Olga was awake when I got woken up.
Hey, that's good. How's she
And
doing?
yeah,
Okay.
she's not completely okay, but she's acting as if she is. Outside of that, she says that she takes ruler to Japan and start setting up base there.
Well, that didn't go badly the first time that happened in history, right?
Just tell
No,
them to
just
stay away.
me? Okay.
Just if they're setting up shop there, just tell them to stay away from fire. I'm from any shady individuals named Mitsuhira, I guess. No. No.
Oh lord.
No. So does this mean we're not going to be relying on Ruler for the foreseeable future?
Not as part of our group yet. We could always get a message out to them, and I believe they were planning on coming here. But yeah, they weren't going to travel with us.
Wait a second, I just remembered something. I am a genius. Jay goes into his back pocket and pulls out from behind his actual free-off jacket the book of servant shenaniganry he borrowed from the library.
Oh yeah.
Okay, let's see. Nope. Okay, descriptions. Jay's going to look up to see if there's any Crofts references.
What are you looking for specifically?
Any servant that matches the description of Gray.
Artoria Pendragon.
Aside from Artoria.
But you do find that there are some servants who can take the form of others. You know that there was a berserker from the Fourth War who had a noble phantasm that was able to take on the form of another servant, albeit for a short amount of time. That being said, that doesn't really seem to fit the bill, because why would they be disguising themselves as Artoria unless they were like, maybe like an eldritch monstrosity or like Jesus or something, like instantly recognizable. But that's what you can mostly find. Like, it's just disguise type servants. You do also see that there is a theorized faker class servant, which is a heroic spirit that was in life known for impersonating someone else, and therefore is summoned with that someone else as like a fake name, in order to hide their true name. So that could be a lead, but there's no known instances of a faker servant actually ever being summoned.
All of these... No. Definitely not. Baker... Okay, what the hell is there? There another freaking class that we don't know about?
Wait,
Do not
see.
worry about it.
Shut up.
Hey,
This is...
hey Jericho, I have to actually ask. I've been do a history or something. If he knows about the Blackmoors.
Sure, go ahead. Roll me a history. Actually, let me think.
I'm not sure if he would know, because his family has fucking records of a lot of shit.
Yeah, okay, so I'm going to say, roll me a history with disadvantage.
Yeah.
Because there is a chance you might hear, they were
Oh shit!
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, you know about the Blackmoors. A very mysterious family with kind of only one real surviving member. Very few. You know that they are a Magus family who were very much outcasts because, the family took their name from a dead apostle that was connected to them. So, you basically know them from that. And you also know that they have ties to the British government, as well as they reportedly, they're one of the rumored party. There are multiple people who claim to have this, but it is rumored that the Blackmoors have possession of the body of King Arthur.
Ivan, he actually says, wait, so you said they looked similar to Saber over here with huge distinctions. Ivan just looks up for a moment and just says, I think I might have heard a rumor about this. He just starts explaining the rumors he heard about the Blackmoors, and then he notes, it's rumored that they possibly may have King Arthur's body somehow. So, it may be through some means, in some shape or form, that could be the case.
Saber looks
um,
really like unnerved and like kind of looks you like dead in the eye and just says, "Do you mean to suggest that they might have reanimated my corpse to use as their own puppet?"
Ivan, like,
I've seen a dead body. I can tell the difference between a dead person and someone that was kind of frig off made decently, because I have a friend. Actually, quick question. Retroactive perception or insight check. I actually have a friend who works as a mortician, and they've taught me a little bit of
I'll say
how it
instead.
works. What?
I'll say instead medicine check.
Okay. Medicine check. Let's see. Medicine check. Go. Hey, first aid shenaniganry. Let's go.
Ooh, yeah. No, living person. Even like the best like embalmed body, like the best preserved sort of like human body would not look as like she was pale. You can note that, but at the very least, from the standards of like, of course, you know, you being you don't really know how necromancy specifically works as like a mage discipline, but that didn't look like any corpse you've ever seen.
I would like, after hearing reanimated your corpse, Ivan would just say that would be very difficult, as once the body dies, the mind and soul go with it as well. Oh, it might not be possible that they reanimated you. However, or what's to say that they couldn't have used the corpse for other purposes?
Well, we know for one thing. Well, I know for one thing. A friend of mine from my unit works as a mortician on the side, and I just know the difference between an embalmed body that's been dressed up and a living person. That was no mortician job, unless we have some really high-class necromancer who takes really good pride in their work. Definitely hurt them breathe. They're just a little bit pale.
Ivan shakes his head. It's just like, that is definitely not how necromancy works.
Well, how's it supposed to go? They look through the friggin' book, the Necronomicon Ex Mortis, say Clocktower Nictos, and Oogity Boogity, a bunch of zombies spring out the ground.
Ivan just like pauses for a moment and says, I believe you've met Elias, all of you, right?
Wait, you don't mean?
He's no. He just like Ivan just like no. Elias is a homunculus. And homunculi are usually made out of a tin.
A homunculus? You mean the friggin' fake human stuff that's in like old alchemy books and what have you?
Yes, I guess that's one way to put it.
Like Caster just kind of says like, actually that one you just got on the money, Jay. That the way you understand alchemists, the way you understand homunculi, well, we've come a bit farther than just clay humans, but yeah, and like Saber like chimes in saying, even in my time, homunculi were artificial humans that could grow, develop a personality and a soul.
And Ivan says, yes, it could be quite possible that they used the quote-unquote body of King Arthur, that they're rumored to have, to create a homunculus. It wouldn't be too far-fetched, I don't think.
Oh, great. We got clones, robots,
Saber
Psycho
looks...
Samurai.
Katya, you can see even though you're in the middle of like a conversation, you can see when Ivan suggests someone created a homunculus that looks like her. Saber has like a 1,000-mile stare and just kind of and just shakes her head and says, "Let's hope that isn't the case."
Whatever
Regardless,
the case.
Regardless, I think we might have come to the conclusion that this cannot be a servant. It must be some sort of other form of magecraft, and, well, perhaps that is something we have to regrettably put on the back burner.
It is.
I mean-
it is also concerning that we are talking about Sarai being in contact with this, whatever this person is. Even if Sarai herself is not the one behind the creation of this potential homunculus. Again, this is all conjecture, it's all theory, we're not sure. But even if she's not the one behind the creation, the fact that she knows someone who may have done it, it's already a bit of of eyebrow raising, to put it lightly.
And you guys are being summoned with the power you had when you were alive. Meaning, if they do make your body into an homunculus, it wouldn't be surprising if it is equally as powerful as a servant.
Caster kind of chimes in and says, that's not exactly the case, though you might not be as far off as you might think.
It'd probably be like a
servants are,
photocopy.
Exactly. Jay's got it. Servants are kind of like, we're directly drawn from the root of all magic, so to speak, in layman's terms. We're created to protect humanity, but, by the will of humanity, by the will of the earth. And so, no human could ever hope to just create a servant like that. That being said, some people have replicated noble phantasms in the past. There are cases of man-made noble phantasms that do cause a lot of damage, but basically, if any of us actual servants were to ever come across one of those man-made noble phantasms, long story short, we'd win.
Yes, but with all due respect, you guys are strong, but not at full power of servants.
When you say that, all of the servants kind of look away, just kind of grimace, yeah, you're right.
Okay,
Ivan
don't take
also-
that shenaniganry. No, go ahead.
Ivan also notes, also in terms of them being just about as powerful, homunculus bodies are... Ivan just, pauses for a moment. Flawed. No matter how we create them, they almost always have certain issues, I guess you could say. Either an affliction of some sort, a lack of emotion, and as a result, usually some of their better traits are brought out. For example, my maid Elaine is another homunculus, and she has exceedingly weak circuits. However, she has genuinely terrifying brute strength. Ivan just stares, fucking scared. I don't want to imagine how she carries that one M134.
No. One day we're gonna have to meet you. These people you keep talking about.
Mhm.
Ryder kind of like pipes up and says, "Well, in any case, be that as it may, all of these paltry side quests are all well and good. But are we not all supposed to be pursuing the Grail? We cannot afford to. We cannot afford to waste any more time here."
I mean,
Actually, at the moment you're mistaken. For
that was my
pursuing this-
line, you dumb.
pursuing the Grail, however, we may get to that point of how we wanna resolve that one between ourselves, is not the current task. Our current task is making sure the Grail doesn't fall in hands of the enemy's masters.
Well,
Right.
If you want to look at it from a very technical standpoint, that objective also works towards the pursuit of the Grail. Just a few extra steps.
Well, I suppose you are correct, but should we are discussing a lot of different little bits of the Magecraft world as it is now. Should we not be instead discussing a battle plan and planning on which area to take to
Well,
next?
seeing that no one wants to take the money, the next plan is going to go to Manhattan.
My expertise is because I know a few people up in New York.
Being ready for Alicia Cascada, a mob boss, non-mage, and Itsuki Kagemine, which is a mage and on the run.
See, that's what I was thinking. Now we know that the family is after him, then after them, then we can. We need to get ahead of them, because otherwise we don't know what's going to happen. And well, let's just say that I've always wanted to see what the Big Apple is like.
Taurus side, 60-40.
Don't worry. I know I've heard about the things that happen over there. By the way, if somebody cosplaying approaches us and tries to take a picture, don't let them. They're going to charge us an exorbitant amount of money for that.
What do you call it?
Ivan
would sort of sit there for a moment, just as he was about to note how what's it called? What's his name? Antonio had told him to go move in on Siberia, and he just does not speak up because everybody's already decided. He's just internally in for a ride. And we're just gonna have to put that on the back burner.
Okay.
You look like you have something to say, mate. Anything going on?
Speak up.
It's fine. It's fine.
No. Okay. As much as I gave you grief for this morning, spit it. Jay goes and grabs Ivan by the collar. The collar. If you have something to say, spit it out.
I'm just pause for a moment. Just my contact from the church kind of wants me to go to Siberia. Everybody's decided on Manhattan. I'm not gonna fight a losing battle. Ivan just immediately tries to retreat back to playing Devil May Cry 5.
Tell you what, once we're done with the thing in Manhattan, we can move to Siberia. Your contact wouldn't mind if we take a little detour, right?
Why does your contact want us to go to Siberia? What do they know?
Ivan just pauses for... Ivan just sort of says, you know that vampire I was talking to you about, wait, fuck, give me a sec, I need to fucking find it, because I can't I know how to pronounce it if I can see it, but I can't remember the name.
Here, I will post it.
I love the fact that I got you all with these fucking names.
I hate it. This
There you go.
thing.
What, where, oh, you posted in the fucking,
Yeah.
chat, yes, Ivan would just sort of say, Shemeka Alice Alcavafaji. As she,
What does old Al Budgie want?
Ivan, looks at him and says, she's an extremely dangerous apostle, and after learning that she in fact was a master in this war, the church has gone on high alert. Ivan, and just it looks fucking scared shitless when he says that.
Okay. What type of vampire? We talking Strigoi, your traditional vampire, Nosferatu?
Ivan just says, I would suggest throwing those in all those fantasy vampires that you're thinking of out the window, minus the fact that they're immune to the sun. These things can cross water. They are immune to almost every attack. They literally rewind themselves in time to regenerate, and they get stronger with the phases of the moon.
Okay. So we're talking old school Bram Stoker Dracula's type shenaniganry, minus the you can't cross running water, and they don't need to drink X amount of blood to stay out in the sunlight.
To be fair, just out of character, Bram Stoker's Dracula, remember, it's not that he can't cross running water, it's that his clairvoyance, his mental link.
He can't see across the water.
Yeah.
That's what I keep forgetting.
Also they don't need to be fucking rooted to the dirt of their homeland. And
yeah,
but that I didn't mention that because I think that's kind of being insinuated by the fact that they're fucking everywhere.
Yeah.
So, if there's less moon, the less powerful, correct?
Usually the best time to hunt a dead apostle is when the moon is waxing or waning.
Okay, so you're a traditional vampire then. Let's find your priest, get some silver, bada bing bada boom, stake her in the heart.
Silver's not going to work. You're gonna require sacraments, ashlocks, oxblack keys, etc.
Yeah, we get some friggin' rosemary, some Hollywood, get it blessed by your priestly buddies.
What if we just...
Ivan just you see, Ivan is getting more tense with each time you're bringing this up.
What if...
hold on, let Leon talk.
Leon's just gonna say, what if we just cut them up, put them in concrete, and separate the pieces a couple of miles? Does that work?
Ivan just fucking shakes his head. He really shakes his head. And there's only a few ways to deal with that. Please, Ivan just fucking is almost at the edge of a breakdown, though he lets Katya speak.
Yeah, Katya puts her hand up to speak.
If it makes you feel any better, Jay, I do know the ceremony to create holy water. If that makes you feel any safer.
Okay, that's decent. Also, Bram Stoker, if that ain't gonna do it, what does?
Ivan just pauses for a moment and just says, "Can we please maybe not think about possibly facing this individual ever?" Ivan's just you can see he's visibly fucking shaken. He started doing the thing where he's scratching at the scar on his neck.
As you do so, Archer kind of just kind of manifests behind you and just like straight up places her hand on your hands, to kind of not obviously not forcefully pulling your hands away because she knows it's a nervous tick, but trying to steady you and just remind you, hey, don't do that. Archer kind of says, I believe that we should approach this one step at a time. I believe that Manhattan is a good idea, everyone. And day by day, as my master can let it out little by little, perhaps we can form a battle plan.
Alrighty. I wasn't saying that we go directly straight to Dracula's castle and storm the gate saying, hey, we come for your head, Al Budgie.
Preparing to fight a dead apostle isn't something we can do in a day. It is something we need to think about in advance at the end of the day.
Ivan just this is for in our current state, if we were to face her, we would get utterly destroyed. Ivan just fucking, he is starting to crack a little, but he's also trying to keep himself together. He says, and at the moment, from what I can tell, yeah, the moon is in the state of waxing, right? Or it's starting to.
Yeah, I will. This is going to just be a thing that you can look up. Any of you who has a smartphone or a computer. We are currently on December 18 in Fate Eternal Wait, and these are the phases of the moon according to just a lunar calendar.
Okay.
Hmm.
So
I would just say the moon is waxing at the moment. It's likely that that if we tried anything, we would. But at the moment, we would inevitably fail. So I suggest we wait until the moon starts waning again before we even think about it.
alrighty. So on to brass tacks of our mafioso adversary, and Jay's gonna call up Seaburn.
Yep, and you do pick up that call. Smith, what is it?
Alrighty, Seaburn. We are going to be over in the good old US of A. We're
I see.
going to. We're tracking down. Okay, we got you on speakerphone, so it's not. So it's not too discerning. Okay, so
well, and you kind of all hear, kind of crackly through the the phone. Everyone else here, associates of Smith over here. My name is Rodrigo Sieber, and well, I've been assigned to work with him, to work with you, to stop the Holy Grail War. Don't be alarmed. I'm not your enemy. I can assure you that. I'm with the... I suppose you wouldn't have heard of them, but I'm with the United States Anti-Mystery Combat Corps. Head of Intelligence. Anyways, Smith, what is it you need?
okay. I need all information, both confidential and unredacted, on a particular mafioso What was her name again?
Alicia Cascata.
Alicia Cascata. Any relation to the Cascata family? And if they're related to any of the 5 families in New York?
Yeah, alright. So... I was worried that this was going to be the case, but you've just confirmed some theories that some of my guys have been coming up with. So, I'm not sure if any of you have watched the news lately, but there have been a string of bank robberies across Manhattan. No one's actually gotten hurt, but they seem to be doing it entirely for fun. The lady at the front of it, Alicia Cascata, the heir to the Cascata family. Why can't we stop them? That's extremely complicated. For one, the men we send to meet with them are always slaughtered by someone we can't identify, a new second in command. Just a man, white hair, wears otherwise modern clothing, drives around in a red sports car, and well, you just confirmed to me that that's a heroic spirit. No theories as to who it is, but that's what we know.
So you're
Alicia
saying they're
Cascata.
performing soul cannibalism?
No. Again, no casualties. Alicia Cascata seems to entirely be robbing banks because she's a fan of mobster films, as we can tell.
Jay immediately thinks to himself, like, the frig?
And he kind of
Is
says,
this Bonnie and Clyde over here?
The problem is that Alicia Cascata is the heir, the daughter, the 16-year-old child of the current matriarch and patriarch of the Cascata mage killer family, who we have been in a good alliance with for a long time. The United States Anti-Mystery Combat Corps can't be everywhere at once, and while there were a large amount of rogue mages booming around the 1980s, the Cascata family, well, rose up and became superior mage killers, mostly for territory reasons, but, well, the current patriarch is, well, we've spoken quite a few times, and he seems to be very invested in our friendship. And by friendship, I of course mean friendship in the mafia
Business
sense.
sense. Okay.
And the problem is that Alicia Cascata is kind of Daddy's little girl. We can't touch her. We can't go anywhere near her, and we can't even outwardly try to put a stop to her, because that risks our entire operation falling out with the Cascata family, who have been an extremely valuable ally in keeping the peace around the United States.
So you create a third party to deal with them?
Well, we've been trying to figure out some sort of negotiation, some sort of plan. We got into contact with Smith because we just realized that he was put on a mission he wasn't supposed to. And so we made sure to keep an eye on him. But the fact that you're all being roped into this is regrettable, but also does provide a good opportunity for us.
Say, does the United States military have any money to spare for our operations in America?
For this, unfortunately, no.
Damn it!
However, I actually do... Wait, you said she's a fan of mob movies, right?
Seems like it. Actually, if you go down to Manhattan and see a bunch of people dressed like 1960s to 80s mobsters, that'll be the Cascada family in general. They're mage killers. The problem is they're also kind of mages and are a bit behind in the times. Nobody questions it. A lot of people like to dress like that anyway.
Well, let's say we wanted to get an audience with little Miss wannabe Bonnie Parr. What if a particular gangster came into town? Oh, I don't know. Oh, the old New York kingpin, Frank Lucas.
Smith, are you admitting to having criminal contacts?
No, I'm saying we, as a way to draw her out. I know a little. I'm somewhat of a friggin' aficionado for mobster movies and old crime noir books and films, so I can speak her language. So, if we could pull her out without having her heroic capo cutting our heads off, then I could be the guy for the job.
Well, I expected that you'd have some unconventional plans, of course. But if you think that'll work, it's your jurisdiction. I'm giving you, the boys won't like this. But I'm willing to speak with everyone and give you full reins behind, free reign to conduct your operations while in Manhattan.
Alright. For the time being, we see if any of your guys in see if any guys can make up some old police reports going back to maybe 10 years. Make up Jackson Lucas, former stint for organized crime, got out for good behavior related to make it at least believable for a mobster. Nothing related to drugs, nothing related to human trafficking. At least armed robbery, arson, aggravated assault.
That I can do. I can see to that personally. You'll have it in your duffel bag in, let's say 6 hours.
Alright. And should worst come to worst, and there does happen to be incidents, try and derail the New York National Guard, because we don't want international incidents.
That one, that's easy. I can do that. I can have the order sent out right now. As you kind of hear a bit of computer noises come through the phone.
Alright.
Does this mean we get to dress up as 90s mobsters for this one? Or detectives, I guess.
Not much detectives, because we don't want to get whacked by our...
Right, we want to fit in, I guess. Mobsters it is, then.
And actually, you know, that's kind of funny. I accidentally dressed like friggin' Thomas Shelby, so I already got a disguise.
Jake, you look the part.
And then you realize the fucking razor cap came in handy.
Yo! So I legit am a mobster.
You know, Jay, I don't know anything about how to act as a mobster. So
Movie. Jay goes and he says, okay, so Seaber, I'm gonna need to requisition a couple of movies.
I'm
Got
not able to watch movies at the moment. Still too sharp on the eyes.
Yeah,
Well,
concussion.
oh yeah, concussion. Here.
Oh yeah, you got knocked the shit out of you. That's
I see you saw my little message. Also, Jay actually goes on to, well, thank you for all your help, Seaver.
No to mention it, and I'll pull out my guys from Manhattan to give you more space. If you need backup, tell me. If you need information, tell me. This is a operation where we're personally invested.
well. Do you have any access to facial recognition, stuff like that?
Some technology, yes. What do you need it for?
I want to get a name and see where he's located, who he's with.
Yeah, sure. Give me the name.
Itsuki Kagemine. And it needs to be a bit on the down low.
Right. I'll see what I can do. Got a Japanese transfer, so he'll be able to network better than I can around around those neighborhoods.
Alright.
All right. See you later, Smith. I'll get it all done by the morning. And don't worry about contacting me when you're in New York. I'll know.
I figured you will.
And he hangs up.
Alrighty, so Jay goes into his personal Amazon library, and he pulls out the
books.
autobiography of Henry Hill.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I have a copy of the biography of Henry Hill. This would be what you would know for an old 40s gangster. It's an autobiography from one of the better known mobsters at the time.
What's it called?
If y'all want movie night,
Yeah.
Not for
Cannot
me.
watch movies.
yeah, take a load off.
Not for me, Jay.
It's good, Ryan. You can go to the other room.
I was gonna say, like, you guys turned around and Leon has not heard a fucking word of the exchange that Jay had with his contact, because he was busy over here with Ivan. What's it called? C seems to be trying to help to calm him down. He looks over and says, yeah, I'm not sure what you discussed over there, but you're gonna have to give me the rundown later. For now, he like turns around back to Ivan and says, think about what I said, alright?
Ivan just He's very nonverbal right now.
You don't need to
Yeah.
answer verbally. That's the head nod will suffice.
He tries.
He like gets his head. He gets his head up and then just like doesn't put it back down.
That's a lot of blood. Did we miss something? Is
No.
Ivan okay?
A lot.
Did I shake him too hard?
Not sure, but well, it has to do with some stuff. I won't say it unless Ivan wants me to.
Fair enough.
Now, I'm gonna have to skip on that movie night, Jay. We need to be a little bit. I need to be focused for what's coming.
Fair enough. Katya, since you were the most interested in wanting to be a gangster,
Of
We
course
got-
I do.
okay, so we've got The Bronx Tale, Godfather Part 2, Casino, and I've got I've got, let's see, The Untouchable.
You can't
Saber
just
kind of like
start at
you kind of
part 2. What
What?
kind
I'm
of
like-
monster are you?
What? Frig you! It was a
Uh,
decent. It was a decent one. Yes, I know. Part 2 isn't as good as the first one, but still, it holds up.
No, you started 1 and then watched 2.
Well, we're gonna be here for 4 hours. We'll be here for like 6-7 hours if we go through both of them.
Caster just kind of like raises his hand and says, "To be fair, we'll be on a plane for a while."
That's fair.
You
Okay,
kind of like
so-
watch a Saber like goes over to like just kind of like walks over to a wardrobe, opens it up, and you see like there's like somebody like left their like fedora there. Kind of like she just like takes it, like dusts it off, and just like puts it on, turns around.
That could work.
Dead.
Thank you, Katya.
Insertion.
Did I see anything in the hallways weird through my scopes, or did I get any news from Ruler?
So not yet. You haven't you haven't gotten anything on your scanner, thankfully. You did get like you did get a what's it called? What looks to like be like a text that was like sent on like a fucking Nokia phone. That says hold on. Give me a moment.
We found a sassy lost
Are you
child.
legit gonna number roll this text message out, Jericho?
I am going to see yeah, so
GG's.
What the fuck? Oh no!
you see this text. It's currently like I'll say 7 p.m.
Yeah. So I'm questioning, should I send who is this?
Be an asshole.
Make end of this. Is Because I don't know.
This.
I don't know if Olga actually knows what IDK means.
Yeah, that's just like a weird ass fucking word that you just sent to her. Like, what?
Marvin first obsessed like, alright guys, I got notice Olga will be here in 2 hours.
That's enough time to watch a movie.
I do want everyone's opinion. She's new to phones, sent many wrong things with this message. Should I just say who is this?
Jay has an evil grin.
Don't bully the girl too much. Just tell her who we are and where we are.
You know,
Already knows the where.
for as much as Leon is a hard ass, he is probably one of the nicest people in this party.
Second is probably Katya, and third is me.
Yeah.
I don't even know where Ivan sits here.
I'm kind to the people I care about. But yeah, no, Marvin will just send back. It's alright. See you then.
Okay, 2 hours. Untouchables it is.
I'm gonna lie down in the bed. Yes.
And as as Cleos helps you into bed, and you know you get the flat screen up, and they got Netflix. You all hunker down. Ivan, you know, just is allowed to calm down at the side. You know, Archer kind of like just like taking care of him, looking after him. As you all await Olga Marie's arrival, and probably struggle to like not fall the fuck asleep because holy shit, what a day!
I know Marvin is sleeping.
Yeah, like good.
You need to wake him up again.
I'm probably by the time the movie finishes, I'm probably dozed off, like half conscious.
Jay's probably the only one who's still kinda up.
No, Leon would still be up. Because you see, Leon would have, before, you know, Jay sat down to watch the movies, he would have asked Jay for the bag with the stuff. He would have...
Yeah, here you go.
He would have sat down.
Your wardrobe.
Yeah, he would have sat down and began to pull out like a set of tools to start like disassembling some of the items. And you see...
I feel like Jay looks in a horror as Leon is like taking out all these vintage like cool like alpha pieces and like just ripping them apart.
What are you doing? Those are expensive as shit, and they were good.
I know,
too.
I pay for them, Jay.
Still, man.
Cool. And you see as he takes off the biker glove and lays it out on the table, and you see as he kind of like presses on like a part of it, and it expands into like the sort of like arm gauntlet that he uses when in combat form. And Jericho, Leon will spend the rest of the night working on this, even if it means rolling exhaustion points.
That is fine. I will get you the crafting rules that I'm gonna use next time because I have not decided on them. They will be significantly shortened because of the time span of the game in-game. But for now, unfortunately, that is where we will end the session. Thank you all for playing.
Hey.
We'll
By the
see
way,
what
before
happens next time on Fate Eternal Wait.
Hey.
Oh,
Nathan wanted to say something real quick, yeah?
But before we end off the session, I have a feeling everybody would notice something ever so slightly weird here in the corner. Ivan's fallen asleep for the first time, like ever they've ever seen it.
Alright. I guess all it took was Leon not sleeping. Was a goal. We cannot stay awake and not sleep at the same time. What's it called? But hey, glad to get back to Fate. It's pretty legit.
Yeah.
This was a roleplay session, but goddamn, I love a roleplay. What's it called? Hopefully those in the audience enjoyed it too. Considering that I got like 2 more subscribers during that time where we
Oh,
started
fuck, down.
what's it called?
Nice.
But hey, I guess you want to send us off real quick, Jericho?
Yeah, so thank you all for watching, and I hope you all enjoyed playing. I am your Dungeon Master, Tsukito, or Jericho, as everyone calls me. I'll be uploading this and the other episodes to my channel soon, but in the meantime, you can watch them all over on Vorti's channel, if you weren't watching this live. I really hope that you all stick around, because we're getting into the good stuff. But for now, thank you all very much, and until next time, after our eternal wait.
Hey.
Bye-bye.
Thank you all.
Adios.
Later.